Well, I think my chin probably disappeared like 12,000 times during that little bit there, but hope you don't mind that I'm eating some ramen here. So, there are some things to discuss still. And I'm gonna eat ramen while we discuss them. Is that okay? Can I eat my ramen? Is that fine with you? Okay, so let's talk about. Well, first of all, actually, first of all, YouTube, the Tubes You, always does this after I finish a stream. If if I if I start a stream, there's nobody else in here for. I mean, like they're just like no, not gonna not gonna show the views. Um, do you remember how I told you guys to look up Elden Ring on the Series X? Do you remember that? Do you remember how I said, they were causing problems, they got it to break, and yada yada yada? You get the point. Do you remember that? And do you remember how I even said that Microsoft themselves sits here and gets entire streams to disappear where I've called them out before? Where I'm just calling out Microsoft on something ridiculous that they're getting away with. And they randomly, conveniently somehow get like an age restriction on the stream or something ridiculous like that, or it just vanishes. So, conveniently, as I told you guys to go ahead and take a look at that stuff and see how they were scamming it, they went and did this very thing just last night. Oh yeah. And that very stream where, we're talking about how they're trying to destroy their own console, basically. And we're showing it like they're just breaking it on software level. It was pretty crazy. What would Microsoft stand to gain from this? Well, they control the market, so basically if they can't keep up with Windows, and they can't, that's blatantly obvious, their solution is to tank their own console instead of accepting or just can could like literally fix the thing that they didn't do right in the first place. You just spend the resources to fix those problems. However, if it's fundamentally broken, that you need to always do updates and always fix it, okay, well, then I see why. That's something that's fundamentally broken. It should only need improving. It shouldn't need... Oh, it breaks all the time. So, anyway. I'm gonna give you guys. So here we go. So let's talk about, like, I just want to talk about, like, music in general. We really haven't I haven't sat and just talked about music in general for a while. Um, and So let me also just say that I'm actually missing some from this stack, but like this is my Black Label Society stack here. So like like this is actually missing a few. So, but like I have them, they're just not in this stack. But I grabbed this stack to show you, like obviously obviously I've been listening for quite some time. And the point is that they're the best. Zach's the best. But no, I wanted to talk about like other music and stuff like that too, not just like Black Label the whole time. Hi. So you know So, I mean, I don't have, aside from Ozzy and Zach Black Label, like that whole thing being like number one. Because you guys know I've talked about number one things for me coming in like in pairs. And multiples, like not even just twos, but multiples sometimes. So I try to do this because I have a hard time not being inspired or whatever, by multiples, like again, like I was like, wow, but both of these things, or three of these things are like my absolute favorite. I don't want to pick one of these. Sorry, I'm still eating my ramen. Hold on. So, the same thing with my favorite TV shows. You guys know I've mentioned Quantum Leap before, but like my other favorite show, like it's really hard to not say that they're pretty much on par because again, similar stuff sometimes too, subject matter and stuff. But Quantum Leap and The Next Generation, Star Trek, but The Next Generation, not the original series, The Next Generation. So with music, like there's just yes, there's what do you do? I mean, like, there's, like, again, it doesn't stop at, like, it doesn't stop at, like, like, like this is my favorite. Like I have so many that I like that I listen to and stuff like that, and you guys know that. And different genres too. Like it's obviously not just metal. It's just that's my favorite. So there's a lot. There's a lot in there that I listen to. So, um, obviously you guys know I like Disturbed too. You guys know I like Korn. Um, I like a lot of bands, but it's also important to remember that I feel like this is especially prevalent with music. It's important to remember that um, I feel like people don't do this with movies. Do people do this with movies? People do this with music, and I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean? Like, being fascinated with an art style is just being fascinated with an art style. Um, where like people read too much into the lyrics or something like that, and they don't like these things, and instead of that being their opinion, like they look at other people a certain way and stuff like that instead of it being just an opinion and an art style. And I like obviously like the point is nobody does that, but people don't do that with movies, right? Not not really. Like, oh wow, that's your favorite type of movie, huh? Like who the hell does that? Like who cares? You know. So I just feel like again people have their own problems and they want to blame other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So um, obviously it's important to remember that a lot of times an artist, especially with music, is singing about something maybe that's happened to them or happened to somebody they know, or it's a story, or they're telling a story, and like it's not something that's supposed to be taken literally, like do this. It's like an experience where this is something that if it's happening to somebody else and it's an unfortunate one, maybe it helps them get through it or something like that. It's not actually something where it's like, especially the bad stuff. It's not like do this. It's like, just like if you write songs for soldiers and stuff like that. What are you gonna do? They're already in it, like what are you gonna do? You know. So you have to realize that that's not like a exclusive thing. There's a lot of bands that like to know that soldiers, first responders, stuff like that might listen to their music. You know what I mean? So that you have to realize that too. Yeah, I know it's a party in here. We got confetti. Look at that. Confetti. Yeah. It's a party. Break time. Oh, it's a party? Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. It's a party. Hold on. Okay, anyway. Um anyway. Um I like Seven Dust. You guys know I love Seven Dust. Love this. I love Seven Dust. It's hard for me to say what band is in like a number 2 spot, but I think I've said them before. It's hard to say, but I think I've said them before. So, to be fair, they're very up there. And Disturbed, and like I said, I already said Korn. They're pretty up there. About, like, it's just they're so creative. I was did my time. I did my time. So many good ones. It's falling away from me. Do 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 boom do do. That's such a cool riff. See, that was what it was for me. I was always, for me, it was always like, is there a cool riff? You know what I mean? It's like, a lot of it, I don't know, like, it's everything for sure, but for me, like, I definitely like the cool riffs, for sure. And, you know, Falling Away from Me, that had one of the coolest freaking riffs. From Korn, one of the coolest freaking riffs. I mean, period, too. What a cool riff. And you know, just so heavy and raw for the main one. You know, just you know, just so, you know, just right when it breaks out, just so raw and heavy for the, you know, like, love it. Chutes and Ladders was always amazing. Fucking love Chutes and Ladders. Chutes and Ladders. Korn was great. Still are. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot. There's a lot. Obviously, you guys know, with Ozzy, I could go on and on and on. You guys know my favorite was Osmosis, my favorite album. You guys know that. Zakk Wylde did the guitar on the album, so that might be something you don't know. Because one thing he didn't, I think there was something where he was doing a different tour or something with somebody else at the time, so he wasn't able to tour. Something happened where he wasn't able to tour with Ozzy, so a lot of people didn't realize that it was Zach on the actual album for that one. But that was the same band that then led into that one I keep telling you about in, I think it was 2001 that they did in Budokan with Zach then. But it was still, even back then, I think it was still Mike Bordin, and Rob Trujillo. I'm pretty positive it was still them. It just, Zach was doing other things, I think. Because it was, I think it was sort of like, remember, the No More Tours tour, No More Tears, was Ozzy's retirement. So Zach, I remember, things were already, you know what I mean? So, while he did do the album, I think he just had prior engagements. I think that's all it was. For the tour, as far as the tour is concerned. Which is why you don't hear him ever get to play Perry Mason live or anything. That's what I would love that. Because, again, my favorite Ozzy album, and I really haven't heard Zach play it much except, again, on the album. And then, the couple one-off times where I think other people sort of said the same thing, and he did it for a couple occasions here and there more recently, but still you don't really get to hear the whole thing. I think it's cut up a little bit. And Perry Mason specifically, just on the radio, anytime that gets played, half the solo gets cut, and it's so annoying. I feel like people have never heard the whole solo. Literally, there are so many. I think No More Tears does that too. They skip half the solo for No More Tears, I'm pretty sure. And then a lot other stuff too. Because there's a whole breakdown section before the solo starts. And then also it's do 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 do. And then that's where they usually start. They skip to that part where it goes loo doo doo doo, and it just picks up loo doo doo, and then that's where they usually doo 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 doo. And then, literally, it's it's literally that. And, literally, they just skip all the good shit. And then all you hear is and then it just goes, and now that it's over, can't we just say good night? Good night? Goodbye? Literally skips the whole part after that. There's so much of the song they cut up. It is so annoying. It is so mind-blowingly annoying. And they always... Look, I don't... I know I can't say the... Because the name of the word is in the song, and I can't say the word on live. So, the song by My Darkest Days, the Star Dancing, something Star Dancing, the song by My Darkest Days, how many people know that Zakk Wylde did the solo for that song? The solo, the song that y'all hear that has Chad Kroeger in it. Maybe you're aware of a version that has Ludacris in it as well. Did you know that Zakk Wylde actually did the guitar solo and was in the music video? Now, he wasn't there. I think they recorded separate sections, actually, because he was really busy. I'm pretty sure they recorded separate sections with him to put him in the video, but he was in the video and did the solo. It's just that you have to go on YouTube and look up the extended version and actually watch that to see Chad Kroeger, Ludacris, and Zakk Wylde's part, where they'll just cut the entire solo out of the song. Did you know that was him? He also did a song with Dope too. Did you know that? Boo-doo-woo. There's no mistake, that was him. It all comes back to him just because he's worked with so many people. I just end up listening to a lot of people because of him. That's how I found out about Derek Sherinian. That amazing album he did with him called Molecular Henosity. Excuse me. Molecular Henosity. That was a mouthful. Good album. Great album. So Far Gone. So, why would we lose a like when I said that? Unless that's a troll. You're losing. You're taking likes off. You're a fucking troll. If you're taking them off for that, that's pretty bullshit. Everybody loves Derek Sherinian. I don't know a single person that I ever introduced that song to that their jaw didn't immediately drop and hit the floor when they heard the guitars, which Zakk does, and he does the vocals on that same song. He doesn't sing on the whole thing, but he does a lot of the album with him as far as the guitar work. Because Derek Sherinian's keyboardist. Pianist. Zakk is too, though. A lot of artists are. He was inspired by Elton John, and I love Elton John. Love Elton John. I liked Tommy. If anybody's ever seen Tommy, that was really good. I really liked Tommy. Good stuff. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, do you? Look it up. It's a movie called Tommy. But yeah, like obviously when I grew up, for me, I was exposed to Elton John through The Lion King. So I actually fell in love with Elton John. Can you feel the love tonight? It's a good song, man. I mean, like, the whole soundtrack was phenomenal. Sorry if my mic spikes a little bit for that. It's a little high for that one. So that's how I was exposed to Elton John, was originally obviously Lion King. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a phenomenal album. Man, who is a troll that's gonna remove a like when I call out some good music like The Lion King? Jeez. You don't know shit about music, man. You don't know shit. And from this wide-eyed wanderer, you look like a troll. I love Elton John. I do. I mean, I love piano in general. I liked Billy Joel though. Billy Joel was my jam, as they say. I listened to a lot of Billy Joel. Uh, Not so much Uptown Girl, but like the like Piano Man. I loved Piano Man. Loved it. Angry Young Man was good too, but again, mainly for the music. I loved that whole musical piece in the beginning. I loved that. So, yeah, I love Billy Joel. My Life was always a good one. That was always a good one. Um, I liked he was the wasn't it was it Oliver and Company? He was the voice of a dog on something, and I loved the singing parts he did. Well, he wasn't the voice of the dog. Charlie Sheen was the voice of the dog. He was the singing voice, though. Was that Oliver? I confuse it with All Dogs Go to Heaven sometimes. Was it Oliver and Company, though? Oh, now we removed another like for that. No, that like that's a troll. Like nobody's doing that except the fucking troll. Yeah, Oliver and Company. I was right. Oh no fucking way! Cheech Marin was Tito. I actually forgot about that. That's fucking amazing. I was confusing it with the dog in All Dogs Go to Heaven, wasn't it? That's why I confused it. That's what I did. I think. This is the shit I watched. Oh no, shit, that was Burt Reynolds? I didn't even realize that. That's fucking hilarious. Well then, who am I thinking of that Charlie Sheen played? He did something, I thought. Definitely not on this. It was All Dogs Go to Heaven. Oh. Oh, All Dogs Go to Heaven 2, he took over for Burt Reynolds. Oh, it was the second one. My fault. It was the second one he took over for Burt Reynolds. It was All Dogs Go to Heaven, but it was the second one. It was because he took over for Burt Reynolds. I didn't even realize. Jeez. Wow. So I wasn't wrong. I just didn't realize that Burt Reynolds did the first one. Man. Okay, so that explains the confusion for all of it, actually. Holy crap. It was Burt Reynolds. I didn't even... My fault, Burt. Oh, man. No, Billy Joel literally was the voice. He's credited as the voice. So I was literally right. I was right. I was right. Billy Joel actually did the voice of the dog, not just the singing voice. he did the voice of the dog. I didn't realize that. He's credited for doing his actual voice. It says he's Dodger. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. I just thought he was the singing voice. That's pretty crazy. That's awesome, man. So yeah, I watched that one a lot. And I remember I liked the why should I worry? Why should I care? It was just funny. It was just funny. And then, like, obviously that's musically that was like really good. That's why I remember it. I'm trying to think of another movie that like I like the music too. Well, obviously I always liked Star Wars. It's okay to like both. You can like Star Trek and Star Wars. It's okay. Guys, it'll be okay. It's okay to like Star Trek and Star Wars. It'll be okay. So yeah, obviously I always liked music for Star Wars was phenomenal. But I mean, thinking about theme songs now too, the theme songs for Quantum Leap and The Next Generation were iconic. I loved them both. Yeah. Trump is watching this somewhere and going, I own a part of that now! Damn it! Ah! Damn it! He can't do that. Sorry. Dun 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 dun. Bump. Yeah! That's right. And then the next scene, there's like a control panel. And Brent Spiner is standing there looking fucking awesome. LeVar Burton's next to him with some fucking tip about how to be more human. Doesn't get much better than that. That was the shortened version. There's an extended one though. I'm not gonna do the. You don't need me to do the. Trust me, you don't need me to do the extended one. Oh boy, I loved that. Oh boy. I love that. When the commercial didn't ruin it. Sometimes they'd ruin it. They'd put the commercial first. And like, damn it! Damn it! What? He's supposed to go, oh boy, and then and like it's gotta flow, man. And then they see the theme and they're like, fuck. Yeah, look at all this shit he got out of. Can't wait to see how he gets out of this shit. Anyway. And then, you know, like, if you're ever having a bad day, just go look up Scott Bakula singing. If you're having a bad day, literally just here. In fact, phenomenal. Alright, the first one is the one from It's Always Sunny. Where's the one though? Is this the one? I think this is the one where he's randomly sighing at the Kennedy Center. It was so awesome. I think this is it. I'm afraid to click it. I liked when he did, he sang Imagine, and then they worked it into the story in Quantum. That was so cool. There's so many times where they use, like, real history, like, points in real history and stuff. It was really cool. There you go. There you go. If you're ever having a bad day, that should cheer you right up. Or, hold on. Well, just look up Scott Bakula sings How Did They Know? And it should be the first one. He showed up in an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That one's awesome too. He's just great. He's like the best actor ever. He's the greatest actor in the world. But yeah, like, I mean, just thinking about theme songs, like, yeah, you grow up with iconic ones from the 80s and 90s. That's for damn sure. Everybody remembers the Pokemon theme, but like, I remember watching, like, Beverly Hills Cop, and, like, that came out in the 80s, and it was still really popular when people were finding out about it in the 90s and hearing the theme, that it got revived through that whole Crazy Frog thing, if you remember. And then, you know, they just kept reviving it, you know. They called it Axel F. So that's why they called it Axel F for Crazy Frog, because it was Axel Foley. That was why. It was barely as calm. So that was why. And, you know, like, I loved that was why I loved the scene in the cutaway in Family Guy where he keeps going back to that point in time. And the one song they're listening, you know, he's wearing the Michael Jackson Thriller jacket, right? What was it? It was a Thriller jacket, right? And like he's in the and literally it's just And another. Like, like, it's like the middle of the song, cause it's do 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 do. Do 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 do. And then, like, literally, just get. I loved it. The whole thing was great. But I loved a show in the 80s called Perfect Strangers. You guys know I referenced this before, and we've even talked about the theme song before. You know, again, I loved the theme song for that. Standing tall on the wings of my dreams. You know, that one. Love that. And so if you know anything about the show, the guy that played Balki Bartokomous in Perfect Strangers was also Serge. Didn't they call him Serge? Wasn't he Serge? Isn't that his name in Beverly Hills Cop? That was him. So I loved seeing him and like I loved anytime he was on the screen. I loved that. It was great. So that's always cool. That's always fun to talk about the music and those movies and stuff too. Boy, this is a real troll right here, just constantly removing likes as I talk about this stuff. As soon as I mentioned Balki, bam. Die, 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 die. Hey, hey. I know, confetti. It was always such a funny show. Balki Bartokomous and Larry Appleton. It was such a funny show. I mean, it was comedy. It was always funny. Balki, the premise is that Balki came from a completely made up country named Mypos. And again, completely fictional. It doesn't exist. But the idea is he doesn't understand things. He just sort of showed up one day, claiming to be Larry's cousin. So. But it was a good, really good show. I mean, just some of the really funny stuff that happened on the show. Obviously, like, you know, it's pretty dated. It's going to talk about stuff going on at the time and seem, you know, very, very time-oriented, but it's still funny. A lot of the stuff is like physical humor and stuff like that, so it's not it doesn't depend on, things that you wouldn't really understand. It wouldn't make any sense. Some of the funnier scenes where, like, they worked at, like, a shop downtown or something like that. Some of those were some of the funnier scenes. Um, yeah, man, like, a lot of music in the movies over the years was really good. As far as metal is concerned, like, if we're talking metal, um, obviously, we've mentioned Queen of the Damned before. It's probably one of the best, metal soundtracks, like, ever, obviously. Um, I'm trying to think of really much else that used metal soundtracks. It's mainly like horror movies and stuff like that, and it's just not a genre I spent a whole lot of time watching. Um, Actually, a couple of the Saw soundtracks were good. I mean, the Saw franchise were great. I already mentioned that Chester was in. I think wasn't that the last one that we discovered? That when I had to look it up, I couldn't remember. But a lot of people don't remember or don't know Chester Bennington was actually in one of them. Um, so I think that's cool. Um, so like don't throw shade on the work he put into doing that scene. I still think it's important to remember that he chose to do that, and it's a work of art, so like I just like I'm just saying, like, he actually did a really good job. He's really good in the scene, um I'm just saying, yeah, when those things happen, I would encourage you to uh sometimes at least watch the stuff and not be afraid to go watch it again or something like that. But if it bothers you, obviously not in excess. But I mean, like, if that's not your kind of movie anyway, then fine. I just it's not usually mine either. The Saw franchise was so interesting because that first one was done so well. You know what I'm saying? Obviously had legendary actors in it. Obviously. The first one. We know this. Legendary. Legendary. um, and it was just so mind-blowing. Like, nobody expected what happened in the end, obviously. So, nobody really expected this to be a sequel or a thing, but they did, and to be honest, the way they had started presenting the rest of the series wasn't that far-fetched and out there that it was um, like just an interesting tell, like again, just an interesting story and stuff like that to, it's just a work of art, an entertaining piece, even to look at from an investigative standpoint, that sort of thing. So that's why I liked, because it was just really well written initially. And then I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about how I feel about some of how that went, but there were a couple in there where I was just like, I feel like I feel like, what the hell? You know, like, I feel like it's kind of getting a little. But anyway, that's how I feel with that genre in general. Is I feel like as far as an entertainment aspect, that's my point. It's just like how many times can I go back and find a movie where it's just the same sort of, you know, somebody has a hand-to-hand weapon or something and they're just chasing people, or like I don't know. I'm just saying, like, you know, like how many times are we regurgitating the same thing, and it's the horror genre, we call it the horror genre or something like that. And so that's why I tell you something like, you want to know my opinion on like the best horror movie or something like that ever. I think it's something like Event Horizon or something like that, where it's not even really it's more of like a sci-fi horror. Like it's yeah, I mean, like it's that, like, it's a completely different, you know, like it's not like, you know, every other story out there. No, like it's spaceship stuff, you know, like and it's a horror movie. It's like, oh well, damn, okay, you know, like that to me. And then the concept was just mind blowing. And this is, I think it was like 97, 98 it came out. Like, I think it was late 90s or something like that. I mean, like, so this is actually kind of older at this point. And that was I'm sorry. The guy, hold on. I know Lawrence Fishburne. Lawrence Fishburne was in that, but hold on. Sam Neill. I feel bad because I love Sam Neill, but Sam Neill was in that. Lawrence Fishburne. Lawrence Fishburne, Morpheus, for anybody who doesn't, he was in that. Crazy. That's a horror movie. And do not watch that with anybody that thinks they, like, again, like, if they can't handle some stuff, don't, just trust me. That is a movie. That one does what it's supposed to do. That is the art of the horror genre, okay? It is supposed to do that. It's supposed to freak you out, okay? So do not watch it. You know, obviously, unless you're an adult. Shouldn't be on here watching this, though, either, if you're not. But don't watch it if you're not an adult, and for the love of God, if you can't handle squeamish stuff, don't watch it. It is a good one. But yeah, that's really the only, man, I'm trying to think of anything else that had a good metal soundtrack. Oh, you know what movies had some good metal songs, but not necessarily the whole metal soundtrack? You know who surprised me? The Transformers soundtracks. Because if you remember, Linkin Park was doing them for the first few. You know, when Michael Bay was first putting those out. And that was actually my favorite Linkin Park song. It might still be. For a long time. And again, like I said, it might still be. Was New Divide. And that was I think that was the second one. I think it was the second one. Revenge of the Fallen. I think that was the second one. Cause yeah, What I've Done was the first one. New Divide was the second one, I think. Yeah. And I also liked, I think Disturbed had this moment on one of them. It might have been the first one. You know, ayata, that one. Not that that was a really good rendition of the song or anything, but it was at the time it was an unreleased song, I think, but Lost Children, I think, is what it showed up on. They ended up putting a bunch of stuff together on an unreleased album. Lost Children, I think, is what it was. So that ended up showing up on that then too, I think. But I think that was the one. This Moment is what it was called. So, but that was on the first. I just remember like the chase. I think it was Bumblebee. They were just like, I think a chase had started, and the song starts playing or something like that. I think. So. And then usually Linkin Park, we get the credit song. You know, like at the end. When Optimus is giving his message at the end. I always loved that. Peter Collins is... He is Optimus Prime, isn't he? That was a great soundtrack. See, the 80s did it. The Transformers motion picture, like the 80s motion picture soundtrack. Whew! Whew! Great soundtrack. Instruments of Destruction. Man, that was a great soundtrack. There you go. There's one. There's probably a lot of hair metal on that one, though. Hold on. No, not the 2007. It was 86. Oh jeez. That was 86. Oh my god. See, 95% of Google users liked this album. Told you. Yeah. The original is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a track list here. Hold on. Always love that soundtrack. Track listing. I forgot Dare to Be Stupid was on here. I forgot about that. That's right. Dare to Be Stupid. Literally Weird Al, Dare to Be Stupid, played during the fight with the Dinobots, I think. I think that's what happened. I think it was the Dinobots fight, wasn't it? It's great. No, that man. Yeah, Dare to Be Stupid was one of his original songs, wasn't it? It was supposed to sound sort of like a Devo song, I think, right? But it wasn't actually, like, I think it was just supposed to sound like that because he loved Devo so much. I'm pretty sure. Because if you watch the music video for it, it's like a blatant, like... I don't know. I have no idea. I just know Dare to Be Stupid was amazing. But anyway, I'll shut up and read it. Track listing. The Touch. Stan Bush. That's awesome. And then you had Instruments of Destruction. track 2, NRG. And then you had, it says Death of Optimus Prime. That's the name of the track. I didn't know that was the name of the track. He died in that movie, and he dies like saving everybody, and the idea is like he gives his prime powers to Hot Rod, and Hot Rod becomes like a badass and takes care of Unicron. And then track 4 is Stan Bush again. That's Dare. Like, some of these I don't even know. I'm going to look some of this up. Because I definitely just, like, heard it. You know what I mean? Like, other people would, like, play it for me and stuff. And you can look this stuff, like, a lot of this is probably going to be on YouTube. Instruments of Destruction is on YouTube. Hold on. This is the one I always liked, though. This is the one I listened to. Yeah, there it is. It is on here now. That has a lot of views for an audio track. 888,000. So it's almost at 1 million. It is. It's on there. It's just called Instruments of Destruction. It's on the NRG official Transformers the movie YouTube page. So you can watch it. I would highly recommend just looking it up yourself and looking for that one. But the top comment's golden. The top comment is golden. I won't say it. I'll let you go look at it. That's so funny. Oh, that's just the top comment for me. Okay. I'm sorry. That's not the top comment. That's weird. Yeah, because some of these have more likes. That's weird. One of them just says, the most metal way to end a toy line ever. Yeah. But yeah, Death of Optimus Prime, Dare, nothing's gonna stand in our way, which is a cover. And then the Transformers theme, Escape, Hunger, Autobot, Decepticon Battle, and then Dare to Be Stupid. And then there's apparently 4 bonus tracks. I don't know if they would come with a normal one or if that's like a different, but there's the 4 bonus tracks here. Unicron Medley, Moonbase 2, Shuttle Launch, Megatron Must Be Stopped, Parts 1 and 2, and the Transformers theme, an alternate version that is shorter than the Transformers theme that's earlier in the album. So, not sure about that, but it is an alternate version of it. Anyway, really, 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 really good soundtrack. I mean, like that's probably like way up there for me as far as you know, like what I would say is a movie soundtrack and stuff like that should be. It's really good. So another good one that would be just again, this is a '90s movie. But and a lot of you will remember a quintessential actor's line from this movie. Um, but that movie is obviously Dazed and Confused from 1993. This is a phenomenal soundtrack. Phenomenal. This literally has rock and roll hoochie coo, Rick Derringer, but Slow Ride. It has Slow Ride from Foghat. Love freaking Foghat. You gotta love Foghat. Jim Dandy, Black Oak, Arkansas. We have Tush from ZZ Top. We have Tush from ZZ Top. We have Tush. Yep, ZZ Top's on there. And we've got School's Out by Alice Cooper. Yep, we got Alice Cooper on there. We got Love Hurts from Nazareth. Yep. All this fucking shit. Stranglehold by Ted Nugent. All this stuff. Cherry Bomb, The Runaways. Fox on the Run by Sweet. Lowrider by Ward. Tuesday's Gone, Leonard Skinner. Tuesday's Gone, Leonard Skinner. Highway Star, Deep Purple. Highway Star, Deep Purple. Rock and Roll All Night by Kiss. And that's right, not... Last but not least, Paranoid from Black Sabbath. That's right. So when you think about metal soundtracks or just soundtracks in general, there you go. I think that's a good one. I'm glad that I thought of that one. Damn, that is good. Holy crap. 1993. It doesn't get much better than that. I mean, jeez, you got ZZ Top and Ted Nugent and Black Sabbath and Alice Cooper and Leonard Skinner and Deep Purple. I mean, what the heck? Holy crap. And that's a 94% of Google users liked that one. So bravo. I mean, geez, that's that old and wow. Yeah. There you go. That's a great one. That is whew. Tippy top for sure. Tippy top. I remember, man, this, yeah, when you first find out about these songs, just listening to them non-stop. Because Slow Ride was definitely one of them. I loved Slow Ride. Loved it. Foghat's awesome. Slow Ride. So right, take it easy. Do the music. Oh. Stranglehold is probably like the song by Ted Nugent too. Like that's the one that's like coveted by like artists and stuff. They're like, yeah, that one. So just, man, that's a soundtrack, man. It is. And Paranoid, just, man. Doom 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 doom. Isn't he out of tune on the album? Does anybody know? Isn't that the one? I think it's that one. I'm pretty sure it was that one. If you try to tune, I'm pretty sure it was Paranoid, like the album. I don't know if it's necessarily that song, but just like the album in general. I know, like there's an album. If you try to actually tune your guitar to it, like I don't know how he did it because like it's legendary and amazing. Obviously, it sounds great, but the whole point is like if you'd actually tune your guitar to it, it's sort of you're like, what tuning is this? So I don't necessarily think it's necessarily out of tune. I just think there's like some things he does where it makes it harder for you to figure out how he did it. It sounds that way, but I don't think it's incorrect. I think it just sounds that way. Sort of like a like a drop tuning or something like that. Obviously it's more than that, but obviously if you were so amateur you didn't know what drop tuning is, you get what I'm saying. Innocence and destruction. Tenacity! 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 That's probably one of my favorites too. Let's see how that rates. The Pick of Destiny. Pick of Destiny. Love it. Love it. A long ass fucking time ago in a town called Kickapoo, there lived a humble family, religious through and through. And yeah, there was a black sheep, and he knew just what to do. His name was Young JB, and he refused to step in line. I love that. Love it. Meatloaf was in it. Dio was in it. Uh, 91% of Google users liked the movie. We'll just say that the movie is basically a musical. It pretty much is, so. Cause like everywhere they go, a new song happens, so. I liked Master Exploder. I love Master Exploder. Loved it. Loved it. I love Master Exploder. Oh. Oh man. So yeah, like you had this entire you had this entire soundtrack that was just phenomenal, that was, just them. But Dave Grohl was part of that too. For those of you who don't know, a lot of times Dave Grohl slips in to Tenacious D. he'll slip in there. So I'm just putting it out there. Obviously, sometimes it's not Dave Grohl on the drums, but I'm pretty sure, like, a lot of the time it's him on drums. And don't quote me on this. I don't know for sure. Maybe I should look it up. It sounds like him on the metal. I'm not 100%, but it sounds like his style. It just sounds a lot like him. Not 100%. Pretty sure it's him. Obviously, the boss battle at the end is Dave Grohl. Obviously, all that is. Check this riff, it's fucking tasty. Woo! Whatever I can do, whatever I want, I'm gonna know. It's never been a rock off I've ever lost. It doesn't say. Oh, actually, it doesn't say. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't actually say who did the drums on the metal. That sucks. Oh yeah, that's right, John C. Reilly. I forgot he was. That's right. That's funny. Yeah, I liked. I'm trying to figure out who played the drums on it. It literally doesn't even say. It also tries to say... It says that Kyle Gass is actually credited with guitar on that battle boss, and I don't know. Do you guys really think that's him? I don't know. I felt it sounded more like Grohl, but he could have been doing a riff that would sound like a Dave Grohl riff, which would make it sound like Grohl, I suppose. But I'll be honest with you, it didn't sound like it. It sounded like Dave, and he's not credited for that. He's credited only... Now, this is just Wikipedia, but he's credited only for doing the vocals and drums on the boss battle. So he is credited with the drums. It's obvious he did the drums there. I don't know. I think he did them on the metal, because it doesn't say who did the drums on the metal. I am looking. This entire accreditation never says who did the drums on the metal. Never. Not once. So that's why I'm confused. And I don't know. It just sounds to me like it sounds to me like, you know, like Grohl on those drums on the metal. Just saying, it just sounds like his style. It's weird. I will say though that as far as drums, he's credited. It says additional musicians. It says drums, comma, demon vocals on the boss battle. So it could be implying that Dave Grohl did the drums on the whole album? Is that what that's implying? That's not what that reads. That reads additional musicians, and it just says drums. So again, like you can't put in entire album, drums, entire album. Like, that's accreditation in my opinion. Cause for Jack Black and Kyle Gass, obviously we know they're guitarists. They don't. Neither of them, to my knowledge, plays drums. So, you get what I'm saying? The only other person listed for drums is somebody way down at the bottom, and apparently he did a drum. He did like a production for like the drum programming. He's not the drummer. Grohl is listed as drums, and then it doesn't. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, Wikipedia's not crediting him properly. That's stupid. Oh, they did it! They recorded it at 606. That's Dave Grohl's studio. They recorded it. It says the Dell and 606 studio. 606 is Dave Grohl's studio, isn't it? That's the Foo Fighters. They record there. I'm pretty sure that's like just the name of his studio. So yeah, like he probably did do the drums then. That's weird. Maybe he's trying to be sneaky about it and not take credit. Yeah, man. Cause he's a really, 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 really good drummer, and he doesn't do that. Like, he doesn't want to like do that as a main. Like, you know, like he's a front man, you know. So it's possible. But good album. Great album. My favorite Foo Fighters album was probably, if it's not The Color and Shape, it's remember, it comes in twos with me usually. If it's not The Color and Shape, it's Wasting Light. I just loved Wasting Light. Even sometimes when I just think about Grohl himself, some reason, Bridges Burning gets in my head. Because it's such a good song. And I just liked so many of the songs. Like, it was just such a good album. I loved that album. The Rope was great. Rope was great. Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, I loved that. I liked, one of these days. Easy for you to say. Walk was probably my favorite though. On Wasting Light, I really liked that song. You know, when you go through something sometimes, there's sometimes a song you put on, and that's one of them for me. Learning to walk again. It's a good song. It's a really good song. Great video, funny ass video, really funny video, really funny video. But I love how nostalgic that guitar riff feels. You know, it feels like something right out of the 90s. It does. It feels like it came right from the 90s. It was brilliant. Million miles away. It was great. I love it when Dave rolls his eyes at the you say Punk is dead. And Dave just rolls his eyes. That was great. Oh jeez, you know. Not only is it the same statement that he's probably seen 100,000 times, but the same bullshit statement that he's heard 100,000 times, right? It's great. And then I mentioned White Limo. Lemmy was the driver in that video. That was a great freaking video. But because of Lemmy, they're just awesome. When I used to play Tony Hawk, the Ace of Spades was definitely on a lot of the time. That was definitely one. I put that one on a lot. That was a good one. Cause that was obviously that was on there. Was it on the first one? I just remember that song went on a lot. And I remember that was a lot of what I liked about initially the Huge Draw, cause I was sort of, when I first played Gran Turismo way back, it's not like I was like huge into like driving simulation at that point. That sort of got me into it, and I remember like a huge point from that was the fact that like one of the songs on there, you're just like flipping through track, like they had real songs on there, and you're flipping through tracks, and all of a sudden, do 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 do. I am, I said I wanna get next to you. I'm just like flipping around corners, you know, just driving like, you know, crazy and Gran Turismo, you know, just Stone Temple Pilots blaring. Oh, what? The song's not loud enough? Okay, I'll just turn up the volume on the TV then. Atrocities, atrocities. Oh man, it was it was awesome. It was awesome. And then like the song would end, and then some other song would play, and I'm like, nope, let's go back and listen to that one again. Loved that. So I know there's obviously plenty of other better songs than STP has, but I'm just saying that was really popular in the '90s. That was all over the radio. Yeah, you have to realize that like with stuff like that, it wasn't necessarily the lyric content. It had a certain sound. People like it was like a pop. It was all about like some sort of popular sound. You know, like, so, like, if it had some sort of sound that was just different and catchy about it. That's all. So, like, you know, a lot of times it really wasn't, you know, again, the name of that song, obviously, sex type thing. I understand, you know, but, you know, like, obviously, the whole point is that this is, you know, all throughout. We you know, it's just a matter of, like I said, the art of the artist, the way they're writing the song, that's all. So, and again, for me, it was more about the guitar. I'm listening to that, flying around my my turns in Gran Turismo. I know it eats you up inside. I know, you know, you know, you know. um. So I have a gift for you guys. I have a gift for you. Um, one sec. All right. Here is my gift to you. This was what I looked like when I discovered metal. It's about what I looked like when I discovered metal. You know, when I was really back in high school, and I discovered metal. This was there we go. There I was. There you go. So there I was, back when I was actually learning guitar and had lessons and stuff. Terrible teacher, but, you know, had a few lessons. And it was terrible. And, you know, I just listened to, you know, lots of Ozzy and lots of metal. You know, like, that was the whole point, was like I said, I definitely got into music, but there was always, like, you know, a next step. Obviously, like I said, one of my first experiences with music, actually, like getting into it, instead of just hearing it and sort of you know, like, again, when I was way younger, it was more like Elvis and Michael Jackson and stuff like that. But, like, when I actually started getting into it, believe it or not, my first 2 albums were Black Sabbath's Paranoid and Alapalooza from Weird Al. I swear to God. And the whole point was it was because I actually was into pop music and popular stuff, but, like, it was specific stuff. And a lot of times it had to have guitar or an artist behind it that was, like, again, good. Believe it or not, I actually was one of the ones that liked Billy Ray Cyrus and thought he was good and listened to him. I liked him and I liked Garth Brooks. Didn't like a lot of country, but these were the ones I liked. And so, since Achy Breaky Song was on Alapalooza, I just thought that was so funny. So I loved Al after that, and I just listened to nonstop, like, the stuff, because, like, I saw the joke in it and the fun in it and stuff like that, and just loved it. And then learned a lot about culture, too, because, like, he would tell these jokes that I wouldn't understand, and I would have to ask about it. Like, I didn't know fuck, you know, like, you can torture me with Donnie and Marie. Like, I had to ask who the hell Donnie and Marie were. And you can play some Barry Manilow. Like, I had no idea who the hell. Like, obviously I had to ask who these people were, and then I heard some Barry Manilow. And I'm like, you know what? This guy's pretty freaking awesome. He's just a really good singer. And then, like, you know, like you listen to him sing, and you just kind of like, sing to me, Barry. You know, he's just awesome. Barry Manilow was amazing. Yeah, he's sort of like a Neil Diamond. He's just a phenomenal singer who wrote great songs. So, you know, anyway, the point was that I found out about a lot more stuff that I liked that I didn't know about, just, again, because Weird Al introduced me to him. And then, you know, I went and listened to the original song, because he would always credit, you know, and then I'd go listen to it, so. I'd be like, oh, it's pretty good. It's actually pretty awesome. I loved his polkas. Because his polkas were literally just, he would combine a bunch of songs, like pop songs or metal songs or something, just like all these songs. He put some Nine Inch Nails in there. Yeah. My favorite one was when, yeah, the song Closer, Nine Inch Nails. And you know, it's Al, he's got pretty clean stuff, you know. So, the whole point was, like, he has a polka, and he wants to put Closer in there, like the most, you know, of all the songs. And, you know, because it's like, it's literally, I mean, literally, that's the song. I mean, come on. And but he wants to put it in there, so he's like, I wanna poke you like an animal. You know, like, he just puts, like, a sound effect, you know? A wee-hoo like an animal. You know, it'd just be like a little, like a kazoo or a little spinner or something that makes a sound effect sound or something. I loved it. He was always so funny. And then he actually took polkas seriously. Like, he researched it. He actually plays the accordion. And so, like, you just appreciate the fact that the guy's actually a musician. Like, he's actually taking that seriously while parodying the songs. I just love that. It was great. So, you know, it gave an excuse and a use for these instruments that nobody uses anymore, and I appreciate that. I like that. It was some of the thing that I liked about Black Sabbath, where, like, The Wizard was one of the only songs I ever heard that had a harmonica in it, and it was just so cool. And then I start, you know, like, trying to find more stuff like that, and then I find out that, like, obviously, like, it's more like the southern, you know, classic rock stuff, that actually has a lot more of the harmonica and stuff. So I had to actually listen to a lot more of that stuff if I wanted the harmonica and stuff like that. So obviously I did, but you know, like that was the introduction. It was just cool, you know. And so that's my point, just musicians being awesome at it. And using it in clever ways and stuff. Is always inspiring and amazing. But yeah, there's me. That's me. There's your gift. I promised you. So this, what's funny about this is if I zoom in on that little, you know, the little stack of CDs that's sitting next to me on the table there. When I zoom in on that, like I found like Diablo 2. That's that double one that's near the top. It's obviously Diablo 2. So that's awesome. So like that was cool, just like looking at the little stack there. But no, obviously the point is that I once did the long hair thing. I did. It wasn't it wasn't something recently or anything. This was a very long time ago, but that was the high school days. That was the I mean I was, you know, teenage years there, and yeah, that's my hair. That's my hair. There you go. That's like, that's probably like early 20s. I just got off work. I'm jamming on the drum set, hanging out with a friend, that sort of thing. There's pizza sitting there. Yeah, I think we're just jamming out to probably Black Label Society. I'm wearing that shirt. Maybe some Ozzy, some Black Label Society, that sort of thing. And just eating pizza and very obviously in mid... Wait, my left hand doesn't have a drumstick in it. What the fuck? That is a weird picture. Yeah. So that's again, that's like, I don't know. If I had to guess 23, 24, I don't know. Something like that. So you can see even into my 20s I had pretty bad acne. I'm sure you can see it. Like I was a crater face. It's all up here. It's all, I had it. And it's because of that shit I was putting in my hair. You can see it in my hair, too. I'm, like, sweating, too. Yeah, it's literally just that shit I was putting in my hair. Washing off onto my skin all those years. I was like, once I figured that out, I was like, damn it! Yeah. It's annoying, too. It's like, I'd known all these years freaking hair gel. I'm never gonna fucking use hair gel ever again. Freaking Ozzy poster. I love the chair. There's just like this futon looking chair just like sideways on the bed. Like, what is this? That's pretty great. But yeah, like you can tell that like I just you know, just eating pizza. We were just chilling. And again, probably listen to music. It looks like I'm kind of jamming out. I probably picked up a stick and was probably showing something. Was probably talking about a song. That's probably what I was doing. I was probably like talking about like I was like, man, that's so cool, or something like that, and like I was talking about it, and I only needed one stick or something like that. I don't know. And then, you know, it's obviously a posed picture of me acting goofy. That's how I am, by the way. I don't. I'm not the guy. Like, you know, like again, you guys probably, you know, again, I probably seem that, but no, I'm very much that guy right there. I don't, you know. I try to, you know, like if we're chilling, we're having fun, I try to have fun, you know, like it's not like all serious. Things don't gotta be serious all the time. What is this face though? Like, look at this stupid, look at that, look at my face. Look at that, like I literally just have a crater face. Like, look at that. I just, that's, yeah. I think I had BLS written on my drum set. See the S? I think I had, in fact, no, I know I had that. CL. There's L. I knew I'd see L. See, BLS. And there's the look, there's the hi-hat before I cracked the bottom cymbal. There's the cowbell, the block. I cracked the bottom cymbal. Don't ask me how. I just hitting it one day. Cracked it. Just cracked. So that was before that. And I had BLS. I had BLS across my drums. And I was a crater face. Yeah. But there's my shirt. That's a BLS shirt. Look at that. That's the one I was talking about. That's what I meant by, like, there was a crest with a Scully. That's the one. It says 100 Proof Chaos on the back. That's what it says. I just realized I'm wearing, like, Rolling Stone pajama bottoms. Oh my god. This is just funny. It's too funny. So long ago. That was probably when those posters were new. So long ago. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if it was like, even like 2006 or 7 or something like that, I don't even know. But like, you know, like those posters are old, man. This is the same one. So like around the same time period, but like, they got like You know what I mean? Like, you have them on the wall like that, and they're not in frames. They get messed up over time, so I just eventually had to take them down. But the funny thing is the one above that, you can clearly see that one's an Ozzy poster. The one above that is actually Rob Zombie. The one above that is Rob Zombie. It's literally the whole band too. So like I had a Metal Edge subscription was what that was. And I would get a Metal Edge every month, and I would just get these posters. They would just come with Metal Edge. So that's what that's from. And some of those were older than others. This, like, again, this was probably like, I want to say 2006, 7, 8. I don't even know, around there. But this, the poster on that wall is probably from like 2002 or 3. That's probably the time period the poster's from. So right, like that Budokan thing I told you about, like 2001, where you know it was Zach, Rob Trujillo, Mike Bordin. It was a little bit after that, a couple years after that. That would be the time period for Ozzy. So like right after he was just getting over that unfortunate ATV thing that happened. He had an accident with that. All that happened. I mean, that was awful. He just went through so much, and then conquered it and just went out there and did the concerts anyway. You know, this was after all that, and then like he just did the show anyway. He's freaking, the dude was incredible, but that was even after all that. I think he was. Down to Earth, that was the name of the album. Down to Earth. Gets Me Through, Dreamer, all that. I think that was the name of the album. Like, the cover was like an X-ray of Ozzy, and it had all his tattoos. So it was Gets Me Through, Facing Hell. What was the next one? Fuck. Dreamer was the third one. I'm trying to think of the fourth one. Oh, fuck. I feel bad. I used to know them all in order. I like that album though. I liked Gets Me Through. I always liked that one. Rob Zombie is above him there. In my head, man. It has been in my freaking head. In my head, man. Just will not leave the head. It is good. Like every part of it stuck, like the new song, every part of the new song stuck in my head. So, I also love, you guys know, you guys know, um, I like, you guys know I like K-pop and stuff like that too. Okay. So nice crossover, nice little in between, that I like. If you want to get more into that, and you just don't know how to, you don't know where to even begin. You can't quite go that far to listen to Super Junior, maybe. So what's something that like you could maybe like and I would say to you Baby Metal. That's what I would say, and I mean Baby Metal is just awesome, and they do a lot of songs where they collaborate with other artists, and so like obviously that's prominently, you're gonna see that a lot with them actually. With they just like doing that. You guys know I've mentioned Poppy before. I think she's great, and they did a song with her that I think is amazing. I'd highly recommend you check that out. It's so heavy. I love it. I love it. I think it's great. But their main song, in my opinion, is. Do we just call it Headbanger? Is that what we call it? Like I don't know. Is that what it's called? It's always just said that on YouTube, and that's where I've listened to it. It's an older one. It's just says called Headbanger, like a whole bunch of exclamation points. So that's I think that one's phenomenal, and that's one that they didn't do with anybody else. That's just their own thing, and I love that one. But I love the one that they do, like I said, with Poppy. That one's really, 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 really good. And I love the one they do with Electric Callboy. They do one with Electric Callboy, and I mentioned that Electric Callboy they're just awesome. They are so funny, but their music is great too. I actually really like the music, and that's actually the draw for me, is because I actually like the music. But I have to look away from this because I just keep seeing people. Every thumbnail is some embarrassing picture of Trump. Somebody making Trump look bad. So basically, yeah, like, and then he sits here and attacks my streams when I do it. But every fucking thumbnail on YouTube is somebody making Trump look bad on purpose. Like some embarrassing picture of him through AI or something. Anyway, what's it called? Hold on. Well, obviously the one with Electric Callboy is Ratatata. Not that one. That's not the one I'm looking for the name of. Oh, From Me to You. The one with Poppy is called From Me to You. It's really, really good. Really good. Really, really good. The one with Electric Callboy is Ratatata. Love it. Love it. That's a great song. But if you want a song from Electric Callboy to listen to, you're like, who's this? Never heard of him. First of all, where the hell have you been? Are you under a rock? Because they're fucking huge. They're enormous. They're everywhere. Okay? First of all. Okay. Secondly, yeah, they're huge. Are you kidding me? Secondly, do yourself a favor and type elevator operator. Go to YouTube, type Electric Callboy, Electric Space Callboy, elevator operator. Especially if you like metal, you won't be disappointed. You will not. This will not. I promise. Most metal fucking shit I've ever seen. That video is like perfection. God, they could not have gotten a perfect actor for that, to play that role, that elevator operator role. Like, he just, damn, he is like the perfect. He just looks exactly like you want. That was bravo. I loved that. Love it. The floor with the cats. Oh my god. Yeah, From Me to You is phenomenal. I love that song. I love it. Love it. Let me make sure I liked it. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yeah, it's just thinking about it. That's great. Yeah, I swear to God, the song is just called Headbanger. It's from like 13 years ago. They've been around a long time. But I didn't listen to them back then. I didn't even really know that much about them, and I'll be honest with you, for a while I think I was confusing them with somebody else and didn't really know who they were. Because I actually when this is how I found out about Electric Callboy. Actually, I found out, like, I saw Ratatata, and I was like, okay, this is fucking awesome. What the hell? I am mistaken on who Baby Metal is. So I went back through and I started watching, and I'm like, this isn't who I thought it was. And then I was like, I like this. This is kind of awesome. So then I went way back and I tried to find like something from like, you know, like when they were first coming out that I would actually like. And I saw that. Just, it says Headbanger with a bunch of exclamation points. So I clicked on it, and yeah, that's the one. That one. That's the one. So that's a good one. But yeah, I really had no idea. And then, you know, again, Ratatata came out, and I was like, okay, who the fuck? I was like, I really thought Baby Metal sounded completely different. So my point was, I thought they were somebody else this whole time. And then I had to go find out Electric Callboy because that song was awesome. So then I go listen to Electric Callboy, and I'm like, the hell? How have they been out for this long and I had no idea that they existed? And then they've been out for a while. And it's not like I don't listen to German acts. I listen to Rammstein. You guys know that. Like, who, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care, you know, what nation they come from. I'll still listen to it. I had no idea. So I started listening to them too. And yeah, that was when I told you guys, you know, I couldn't shut up. Remember, I was telling you guys like crazy. I was like go listen to Electric Cowboy. Go do it. They're fucking awesome. But yeah, Elevator Operator is what you want to listen to. Do it. Yeah, they're funny. They're really funny. I was looking at their page just now and I saw some funny thumbnails. So that's, you know, that's great. So like we talk about Disturbed. I know, like, I mean, not everybody like. I love Disturbed. They're you know what I mean. Like I love Disturbed, and like I've always listened to them. They have evolved throughout the years, and I have appreciated the evolution of their sound, as well as I did with Linkin Park and anybody else. Black Label Society did this too, where they evolve their sound throughout the years and do albums where they might sound, you know, the sound might lean a little bit more this way or this way. It's still Black Label Society, but, you know, I mean, they may change the sound of the album a little bit here and there from when, you know, like obviously Catacombs to the Black Vatican doesn't sound anything like Stronger Than Death. And then likewise, 1919 Eternal doesn't really sound really much of anything like Mafia. They sound like in completely different albums. I mean, even the vocal styles, I mean, they're just like completely different. So, artists can evolve and change, and then even the most recent one, the evolution of that, like it's almost a combination, you know, like it's almost like you know, the tone from some of those ones that you love that are newer, but you know, that nice heavy, you know, chunky riff that you're used to from the old days, like Demise of Sanity or something like that, you know, you know, like something like that, you know, where it's like, you know, just you know, that raw riff. So, I'm just saying. I am not the one. I am not one of the ones that's resistant to to a change, and I actually like that. That's why I didn't resonate, I think, with some artists way back, where I might like one album here and there, but didn't like the rest of it. That's why. Because they didn't do that. And that's why now I actually do start following these artists, because they do evolve. And they do... It's not the same crap. Some people think it is, but it's not. It's all about how you know what I mean? Like, it's just... Um, oh yeah, that's I mentioned this before, but just scrolling here. I mentioned this before, but you know, like you guys know, we talked about TV shows already, but House MD was always one of my favorite shows too, and Hugh Laurie is a phenomenal actor and performer. Actually, he because I actually used to watch him. I would catch episodes of him on Blackadder. Like I actually watched Blackadder, and Hugh Laurie was so brilliant. He really was. He always was. And so just seeing him as House, like I loved that for him. I really did. He was so brilliant. He was always meant for more than Blackadder. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because again, Rowan Atkinson is brilliant too, obviously. But Hugh Laurie, I think, is just as brilliant and deserves that, and proved that with House, and really brought that character to life. And I can't express enough how you need to go and look up his channel. Hold on. Unchain My Heart, I think. I think that's what's called. Yeah. 13 years ago, he uploaded. It's from his own channel. 20 million views. Hugh Laurie, Unchain My Heart. Go watch it. It's really good. He actually is a good performer, and again, like, that's all him. And it's a song. So that was always something cool about House, where when he would sit down and like playing the piano and stuff like that was just Hugh playing the piano. So like I think that was so cool that like some parts of Hugh would kind of leak into the character a little bit and just kind of show how brilliant the man is, you know. So love him. Nah, see, like, here's what's crazy, like, he was such a good actor that he's one of those people that, um, you know, like, he would do, an American accent, you know, just better than basically anyone. You know, like, it's where it's almost uncanny, you know, just like Christian Bale, where, if you remember, that's pretty common, right? How many times did people do? Maybe people even still think this, where Christian Bale, he's not American. He has a very thick accent, very. Yep. So like, like that's the point. And then he, you know, similar with Hugh, where he just has this uncanny ability to sound American when he talks, and so like just the House role, he slipped right into that, and it's just believable. You don't hear anything. Every once in a while, it would slip out a little bit, but people would point that out to me, and I'd just be like, I mean, Americans do that too, and just mispronounce things at times. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't actually hear it that much. Like, I just think it's the fact that we all speak a version of English. So, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't see that, you know, like, I always thought it was like amazing how he could do that. And then like the point is, he was one of those guys that had such a thick British accent. When you watch any interview with him, like it's thick, like it is on there. So just the fact that he just changes it so not easily, but it makes it seem easy for the you know, the lines and stuff that he was doing. You know, he put a lot of work into that. So, the point is, he put a lot of work into this too, and you know, I liked it. So I would encourage you to go. I would encourage you to go watch that if you can. Hugh Laurie, "Unchain My Heart." It's a good song. And there's a video too. He did a video for it, so you can see him like perform it and everything. And I think it was probably not too long, or I think it was around the time when they were ending House. So, you know, it would have been around that, I think around that time. So he sort of kind of looks like, still kind of looks like House there, you know, he has that look, you know, because he was, I think he was still kind of doing that stuff a little bit. Because it's not like he looks like House normally. Yeah, like he doesn't normally, he didn't actually typically have a beard, I think. I think that was for the House role. I think he normally shaves. Then it sort of has like medium hair for a guy. Yeah, because House always had like really short hair. Sometimes he would like flat out like have a buzzed head almost. House MD was amazing. Why? Why is it in my head? Dodge Swinger, 1973. And because of Black Label Society, look, I wouldn't have even known who Clutch was if it wasn't for Black Label Society. And Clutch has been out, I think they've been out longer, right? They've been out a long time. I'm pretty sure Clutch has been out since early 90s. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%. And I only found out about them because of Black Label Society. That's pretty crazy. Because they opened for Black Label. And I just remember I had never heard them before. And sometimes like that was actually at that venue was really, really good sound and audio. So it actually did help, but sometimes it can be hard to get a read on a new band when you see them live, because sometimes the mixing's a little bit off to hear every instrument and stuff like that. So you never know what you're going to get, but they were actually really good. And yeah, I remember I was like, they are so awesome. Like, I didn't even expect this. I was like intently listening and watching the whole time, and I really liked That one. Not space grass. Obviously, I was doing space grass. Fuck. Why can't I? Now I feel bad. Shit. This'll happen as you get older. This'll happen. Hold on. Electric Worry. Electric Worry. That was the one I remembered from the concert. So, like, they did that one. And I just, like, there's no way I'm gonna forget this one. Like, I'll remember that one. And I did, and so I obviously had to look that up, but then I did, and I was like, man, this is so good. I'm like, this is so good. This is awesome. So, yeah, obviously then Clutch was just yet another band that I was finding out about because of Black Label Society. That's how I found out about Dope, actually. Because they opened... That's a good band, actually. Their singer has now taken over the lead. Like, he's the front man now for Static X. Like, that's that guy. And good, because he's phenomenal. And he always was. He was, like, literally, like... I was always so blown away at how good his vocals were. I couldn't believe it. Like, I was like, how is this guy in a band that nobody talks about and stuff like that? And then the whole point was then he slipped into... So, like, I think that it probably would have gone, you know, like, gotten, you know, obviously to a certain point. But I think he took that position, and it's, you know, obviously... I'm sure a pretty demanding sort of thing. So it probably just took away from, you know, doing the other stuff and whatnot. But as far as I know, I think he still performs with Dope and stuff like that. And I'll be honest with you, if you want to, like, again, Dope actually has some really good songs of their own that are really, 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 really good. But if you want a band that is hands down like one of the best metal bands that you will hear covering a song, it's them. They I just you know, they seriously, like, too many really good ones. Didn't they do... I'm thinking I'm remembering the guitar. Wasn't it White Wedding that I'm trying to think of? Hold on. Rebel Yell. Rebel Yell. You Spin Me Right Round. That's the one. They did Rebel Yell and You Spin Me Right Round. And both are amazing. Now, if you want to hear the song that they did with Zakk Wylde, it's a song called Addicted. And I think... Yeah, the video is actually on YouTube, too. Addiction is what it's called. It's called Addiction. I don't know that Zakk is in the video. Is he in the video? I'm not actually 100% that Zakk's in the video. Oh, no, he is. He's right there. Oh, my God. I didn't even realize that. That's funny. Oh, I think he actually is in the video. But yeah, that's the one that he did with them. That's the song he did with them. Um, I mean, it's pretty obvious when you listen to it. He's there. Um, but I mean, this guy, he was always such a brilliant vocalist. So, but those covers are very good. Seriously. Yeah, like all right. So you spin me right round. The cover Dope has for you spin me right round has 7.5 million views. Oh, I'm sorry, 13 million views. That's somebody else's Dope Army in 2009. That's somebody else's. I'm sorry. The one on their actual official page has 13 million. So if you add it all up, it's like literally over 20 million views for an audio of a song. I mean, that's an impressive cover. I mean, and again, nobody. I don't hear people talking about them. I you know, and they should, but they don't want to because they don't have the balls because of the name of the band. It's that simple. It's that simple. People are embarrassed to talk about the band because of the name of it. It's literally that simple. I promise. It's literally that simple. They don't want to mention it or mention that they listen to that band because of the name of it. Oh, people will think this and that. Yeah, they will. Who the fuck cares? It's just a band. Yep. Uh, uh, there are plenty of people that listen to Ozzy, and Ozzy is like their favorite, and he was like the biggest. He was like the biggest fucking drug dealer on the planet, or drug addict on the planet for a while. You know what I'm saying? Not dealer, but addict. From his mouth, he'll tell you that. You know what I mean? He'll tell you. That's from him. That's him saying that. That's not me saying that. That's him saying. He's like, I did everything. I'll admit to it. That's what I mean. Like, that's the point. And so like the point is like it just. People like they're afraid of it. It bothers them, so they want to just cast it aside and stuff because they don't understand it. But anyway, they're another good band. Um, obviously, you guys know like I like tons of stuff from like that early 2000s category where like I was just listening to music non-stop that was like really good metal that was just coming out, um new metal so to speak. um Chevelle was a band that I love. Chevelle is phenomenal, and they're still putting. They just had an album come out, I think. I can't remember how long ago that was, but I mean I think it was pretty recently. Um, and it sounded pretty good. I was listening to it on YouTube. Um, I mean, like it's phenomenal. It's really, really freaking good. It sounds like Chevelle. It's just great stuff. And they were always phenomenal. What was... I'm trying to remember what the name... The one with Send the Pain Below? Was it called Send the Pain Below? The one with... It was like Family System. It was Send the Pain Below. The Red. Forfeit. I think it was actually just called Send the Pain Below. That was my favorite one. Oh, Wonder What's Next. My fault. I should have realized that. I wonder what's next. Yeah, I forgot about that. That is a song on there, isn't it? The Clincher was good too. It was a good album too. But This Type of Thinking Could Do Us In. I think that was the name of that album. That one I remember the name of. That's funny. This Type of Thinking Could Do Us In. Yeah, I think that was, and then that had the Clincher on it. That was a good one. But yeah, Wonder What's Next was that that was my favorite, and that's that, like, you know, the epitome of that new metal sound, you know, like literally just, and especially Send the Pain Below, like especially that. But Family System was probably my favorite one on there. That was the first track on there. You guys know I typically like the heavier ones. That one was really, I liked that one. Just So yeah, Chevelle was good. I love Chevelle. Amnesia? Is that what it's called? Hold on. Venus Sarah. Oh, I thought it was called Omniscient. Anti-Saint. Love that song. Venus Sarah was probably my, like, that's so close to my favorite. That was such a good album. Like, I blew my mind. I could not, like, I just start to fucking finish. It's so good. And I don't think I've ever seen this before for any album I've ever looked up. 99% of Google users liked this album. Venus Era. 99%. What the f... Holy shit! But yeah, Anti-Saint that was the first song. It just... I mean, the whole thing, it just starts off heavy. Like, literally the... I mean, the whole thing is melodic and heavy all at the same time. It's perfect. Yeah, Anti-Saints. Good song. But I mean, Venus Sarah was so good. Just saying, it was incredible. Venus Sarah was incredible. But yeah, if you want one song to listen to on there to know how it sounds, the first one, Anti-Saint. That's the first track. I would listen to that, Anti-Saint. Great freaking song. Great album. So yeah, that Venus Sarah. That was an amazing album too. And again, 99% of Google users like the album. I've never seen that. That's incredible. Yeah, they say the same thing about Wonder What's Next as well. I guess they just have a good their fan base. Well, this type of thinking could do us in is only 97%. So I think they are grading fairly. Seems like it. They're just that good. They just like them that much. Hats Off to the Bull was good too. I thought that was good too. Is that the name of the album? Or was this self-titled? I thought it was Hats Off to the Bull. Yeah, no, the album was Hats Off to the Bull. And I thought that the singer looked a little like Mark Wahlberg in the music video. Because there's a video for that, and he kind of looks like Mark Wahlberg in the video. But it's just because I think around the same time, I feel like people don't remember this. Mark Wahlberg was fucking Max Payne. Did you know that? I feel like people forget this. And it was a good movie. I thought it was a really good fucking movie. Like, a lot of people don't feel like... I feel like don't remember this. Mark Wahlberg was Max Payne. And he did such a good job. I mean, that was... I really liked that. I really did. I really liked that. So I think that's why, is because it was sort of that, like, around the time they looked similar, because he had that look. But he was playing Max Payne around that time, I think. Maybe. When did Max Payne come out? Yeah. Yeah. A couple of years before that. Yeah. Max Payne, 2008. I liked it. People, like, review bombed this. Why? I thought this was good. Why? How are we review bombing this? What are you insane? Are you insane? Mila Kunis was in this, too. Yeah. Chris O'Donnell was in this. Yeah, you never got to see Chris O'Donnell in, like, really much of anything. And he showed up for this. He's great. What troll just removed a like? Who removes a like for mentioning Chris O'Donnell being great? What the fuck kind of troll sits here and removes it for... Like, literally, and now you're doing it consecutively. Like, on, like, yeah, you know you did it for Chris... You don't care about Chris O'Donnell. What the hell, man? Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, you're trying to, yeah, like, that's the point. I say something nice about Chris O'Donnell, and you're trying to throw shade on it, cause a problem for it. Yeah. Nothing wrong with Chris O'Donnell. Damn good actor. And what a shame that we didn't see him in anything else, because the movie that he played Robin in was the shittiest fucking Batman movie I have ever seen. And it wasn't the actors. Every actor in that was top quality. I don't even think it was George Clooney's fault. Everybody hated... No. Nope. It wasn't Clooney, it wasn't Chris O'Donnell, it wasn't Arnold Schwarzenegger, it wasn't Alicia Silverstone. Nope. Nope. And then, like, this movie, again, this Max Payne movie was great. People are just dumb. What was wrong with it? Like, this has to be the gamer thing, where gamers don't know what the fuck they want and they just want to review bomb shit. So it's a video game movie, so it got review bomb. That has to be it. Kind of like the Warcraft movie, the first Warcraft movie. Look. I understand they started at a weird spot, and I understand there was like a couple of things there, but overall, that was a pretty good fucking movie. That first one. Like, I actually thought that was pretty fucking good. And then you can keep building on that they're like, nah, let's just scrap the whole thing and then go fucking CGI or animated or... You know, like, the whole point is it was the thing that happened to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, where everybody just, the studios called cancel when nobody else did. Nobody wanted this canceled. It's just that you made a bunch of shit decisions, so therefore, you cancel it because you made the shit decisions. Oh, and then 20 years later, Sam Raimi gets another crack at it and proves that it was shit decisions because, Multiverse of Madness was fucking amazing. That was fucking amazing. And I happen to think No Way Home was brilliant. I think that was single-handedly, objectively one of the best of all time comic book movie. Because of that story, the way it was, the way it brought everything together. And then this was like generations of this character that grew up with it. This generation can all come together and watch all of them join together on screen. And it was a great story, and even included, again, the use of, Doctor Strange, a new, I just... People are stupid. Like, we get a brilliant movie in the Multiverse of Madness. And the only thing anybody wants to say about it is because everybody was taken off guard by the fact that all of a sudden Scarlet Witch is a bad guy. It's like, did you not read the comics? Or do you not understand that Scarlet Witch was always going to be a bad guy? What part of this did you not understand that the Scarlet Witch, again, she's using the Darkhold. This is like, it's sort of like fell magic where it just corrupts you. There's no going back. Like, that's the point. And like, obviously the comic people should have known this, but the fact that just so many fans like we're review bombing this, and then like the dumb bullshit excuses. Oh, I didn't like what they did with Scarlet Witch. What specifically? What? And then like people say there was a continuity thing between the... No, there wasn't. Not really. What continuity issue? No, there wasn't. Were you not intelligent enough to see the entire scene where she literally is talking to herself and they go like, what? No, they talked about that. What? Are you talking about because, like, maybe Vision wasn't there or something like that? Okay, so then use the excuse that Vision, if you remember, she was keeping him in the dark, too. He had, like, a daytime job and stuff like that. Okay? He was confused, too. The whole point is that you can use the excuse that he literally wasn't there because he was doing a daytime job or doing whatever the Scarlet Witch had him preoccupied for. You can be creative. You don't have to be a dick about it. And the whole point is, Sam Raimi came forward and admitted, look, I didn't watch WandaVision. I'll admit that. I'll own up to that. He owned it. That's thank you. Now we get it. There's a reason. He owns it. My mistake. I didn't watch it. Okay. So then can we give him that? Give him that. How many things does he have to watch in preparation? Come on, man. If he's a good director, he's a good director. Just give it to him. And not only that, the whole point was that was like the one thing that you could say. Because there was nothing else. The whole point is Wanda isn't Wanda. She's the Scarlet Witch, and she was always going to be the Scarlet Witch and always be the bad guy. So the whole point is, are they going to go a little bit different eventually in the future with this? Where she might fix this and come back? Or are they gonna, or is this permanent for her, where that's it? And obviously, I obviously with the trend that we've seen in the movies and stuff like that, obviously it's a possibility that she's going to get a redemption arc. So, look, the whole point is that Loki got this too. They did this differently with Loki was a bad guy. None of you bitched about that. Okay? So why are you bitching? And then remember when Loki was a bad guy in Thor the Dark World? And everybody wanted them to refilm that so that Loki could have more scenes? And he was actually the bad guy. Basically. And meanwhile, you wanted him to but now that the Scarlet Witch is the Scarlet Witch, you're gonna... What? No. I think that you're doing this because you're annoyed at the Scarlet Witch's character. And she's not funny, like Loki was. That's it. You're just receptive of the Loki character because he's funny and quirky. And Scarlet Witch is a witch. So she's playing the role exactly the way she should. Like, this is the problem. And like, the whole point is nobody has anything valid to say. I remember one time somebody actually told me they didn't like the movie. And I was like, why didn't you like the movie? I swear to God, this is what they said. I'm not making this up. They actually told me they wished that it was because the scene where he was, like, fighting the other Doctor Strange with the music and stuff like that, he said they didn't like the movie because he wanted that scene to be longer. So you liked the scene. It was a good movie that was fucking amazing because it was, and you wanted it to be longer because it was amazing. Yep. Not you didn't like it because you wanted it to be longer. You liked it, so why you wish that scene could be longer. Maybe there's a director's cut or something. So boost the movie and maybe that actually comes out. What the heck? What? Oh, God. My point is, like, it's... People don't know how to say that they like something. They think they don't like it, but they like it. What the heck even is that? No, they don't like the movie because Scarlet Witch is bad. No, you liked it. The point is, she is such a good actor that she got you to dislike her. She's that damn good. She did that. Yep. Yeah, and they wrote the story so believable, you believed it. Yep, you do not like this character anymore. Yeah, exactly. Round of applause. Good job, Raimi. You put it together. How'd you do it? Yeah. Fucking Doctor Strange is basically a necromancer at the end of that. Just this badass. This guy's like, F you. I'm gonna do what you're not supposed to do. The thing I told her not to do. To save the frickin' planet. And he corrupts himself. And the whole point is, this is exactly how you turn Doctor Strange, the one that is different than the rest. He does it for the sake of helping people. And it truly was a selfless act. So the whole point is, they'll include that somewhere. He's not the same one where the other one was gonna, like, just, you know, hurt somebody to... It doesn't make any sense. You know, like, the whole point was that wasn't the answer. And the whole point was he had to do the opposite. He had to save that person. That was the answer. And the only way he was going to do that, again, was to corrupt himself, use the Darkhold the way he's not really supposed to, but for good, to save that person. That's self-sacrifice. Because that's what a hero is supposed to do. That's the point. So that was like... Loved it! And then Doctor Strange, he did it. He really did it. And then the end scene with Charlize. Oh, phenomenal. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. So, I just... You know, there's these... it's like this. It's like where you have a good movie... And I just don't understand why it was review bombed. I really do not understand. Yeah, it's... At least it's not, like, review bombed anymore like at first. It's evened out. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. It's evened out. I loved that because, again, like, the whole point is that he gave fans what they wanted. Like, and you know, there were some fans that the whole point was that we obviously understand that the reality of John Krasinski playing Reed Richards forever is absurd. He, like, obviously. But to do it for, like, one movie where, like, this is sort of like a a random multiverse universe and stuff, and he's Reed Richards there, that's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Because it gives him a chance to play the role. He is now forever played Reed Richards at least once. So that's cool. And the whole point was the fan base wanted that. Remember, like, everybody was online, like, they wanted John Krasinski. They wanted him as Mr. Fantastic. So that was the whole point, was he was giving fans what they wanted. And that's what this whole thing was you know, like he's going to answer that. The multiverse is the answer to that. So why not? You know, you even had finally a Captain Carter where you know, like, everybody wanted to see that, you know, and people were calling for that, and yeah, I love, obviously he used Patrick Stewart as Xavier again, and he is Xavier. There's no other Xavier. He's Xavier. I do appreciate, look, the younger actors that played those roles, they did such a good job. I'm just talking about the older version of Xavier. That's Patrick Stewart for me, and it just he nailed that. There's nobody else. But like even like the inclusion of you know, like obviously I loved being able to see all that, and you guys know I love Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi, and I've talked about the Evil Dead movies and Army of Darkness before, and just you know, laughing really, really hard at Army of Darkness and stuff like that. You know, way back when I first saw it, and I actually saw that one first. So I didn't even understand it was a horror movie. I just thought it was funny as hell. I had never seen Evil Dead, and then I saw it like way after, and I was like, oh, now it makes sense. But I just didn't. I literally didn't even understand. I just because that's the point. Army of Darkness was the comedy version. Evil Dead was a horror movie originally. Army of Darkness was supposed to be more like a funny version of it, where like he's sort of like, you know, all this shit happened to him. He's a badass now. He's just working a normal job. And remember, he gets like sucked into like a portal or something like that in the beginning, right? Like he's in his car, right? Like it just, yeah, remember? And like he just ends up in the past, right? And it's Army of Darkness, right? Like it's something like that. It's been a while. I need to watch it again, but like that's the point. Like it it's, you know, his car just sort of like falls into, you know, and he has what he has, obviously. You know, like he you know, from the Evil Dead movies, is you know, like, again, remember the Evil Dead movie, he sticks a you know, like that's the point. Like that's the point. He sticks things on his hand. So like, you know, obviously Army of Darkness, it's you know, like no different. He still does those things, and it's classic Ash being Ash. But anyway, like the point is, Bruce Campbell's awesome. He was always so great, and I loved the best part of that whole movie. The best part is literally like he's supposed to remember this line. He has to recite this exactly. It's gonna save everybody, and he's like, yeah, whatever, I got it. You know, like. And obviously the best part is when, you know, he obviously doesn't get it and he forgets. And obviously this is really important, or he's going to call like this army of the dead and stuff. So obviously that's the best part, when he gets up there and he just obviously clearly doesn't remember it. And he just like clears his throat. Just can't. He can't even say it. I love the way he does it. I love it. It was so funny. It was brilliant. There it is! I said it. Oh man, I loved that. Loved it. Loved it. That was so great. Um. So yeah, he was a part of the reason he was a cameo is Sam Raimi directed those too, if you didn't know that. So the whole point is that's why when Sam Raimi and Sam Raimi directed like that like the Spider-Man movies. So if you remember, Bruce Campbell was actually like the guy at the theater. Remember, he rejected him, he wouldn't let him in. He was just the guy at the theater, remember? That was who Bruce Campbell was in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. So that was like, you know, him coming back for cameos again when they did No Way Home again. That's why that was cool. Because it's not like it was even just Spider-Man, it was Sam Raimi lore, where they have a history where it's, you know, it's just cool. There's some other stuff with that too. There's a car that he puts in like every movie, and he put it in there. You know, like it's just like there's some cool stuff with that, where he does these Easter eggs, and it's cool. If you're a fan, which I am. I was a fan of Harold Ramis. Egon was my favorite Ghostbuster. He was my favorite. Everybody had to have a favorite Ghostbuster. You know, like if you liked Ghostbusters, people were always like, who's your favorite? And as much as I like Peter Venkman, as much as I love Bill Murray, much as I wanted to pick him every time, gotta pick Egon. I had to. What's not to love about Egon? If it weren't for him, the whole operation, like, they wouldn't know what they were doing if it weren't for him. It's literally just all him. Yeah, they're a bunch of bumbling idiots if it weren't for Egon. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously they're geniuses in their own ways, but Egon was really the brains of the operation, let's be honest. So, I just, and Egon was just, I mean, you gotta love Harold Ramis. You gotta love Harold. He was brilliant. So, that's a lot of that. Just being a fan of the Ghostbusters and Harold Ramis too. But for sure, I was always Toby all the way. You know, like Tobey Maguire. I was always that person. Which, by the way, in case you're wondering, if you wondered why Toby's response, not that I'm speaking for him or anything, but if you wonder why he kind of acts like this sometimes, like, where, like, they ask each Spider-Man, you know, like, when you finally got the call, what'd you say, you know, something, and Toby just said, finally, you know, like, finally, you know, the reason he said that is because you have to realize for how long the fans were calling for that. That was, like, he was probably getting the letters. People were probably asking him. He's probably getting, like, tired of it. Look, they're not calling me. Like, what do you want me to say? You know? like he probably wants it too. You know, like, that's the whole point, is, like, everybody wanted this. The fans wanted it. It's not like it happened because anybody wanted that to happen. Literally, just some jerk producer decided to shut it down one day and just no more, you know, Toby and Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. Not because they wanted that. Not at all. And not because the fans wanted it. You know, like, the whole point was, we knew that third Spider-Man movie was not Sam Raimi's fault. That was literally Sam Raimi, even like, I think there was like interviews where he talked about like, well, we're hoping to get like a standalone Venom movie or something like that, where there was just rumors of that, like where that was what he was saying and stuff like that too. Like he thought that was the better idea, because that's obviously what they ended up doing. And then, just the whole point was anybody knows that. You don't try to jam Venom into like he's a character, man. People that pisses people off. Like people love Venom. You don't just throw Venom in a Spider-Man. Like I get it's his lore, but just stop, okay? You don't like he's a character, man. All right? Do you get what I'm saying? So that was part of that, and that wasn't Sam Raimi. That wasn't his fault. That was them going, no, you got to do this, and you got to do that, and you got to do this, and so when the person paying for the movie says you got to do it, you have to do it. Unfortunately, and then those same people are the ones that shut it down. It's like, you screwed it up, not him. And it really wasn't all that bad, just... They shouldn't have had the battle with himself and stuff. It should have been the thing where, like, he figured it out. Because we got the awesome, the hilarious... Because Tobey nailed that, like the emo... Peter Parker, he nailed that. That was awesome. But the whole point, and that's the point, is Tobey was always a top tier actor. That guy's phenomenal. But the whole point is that if you would have just had the symbiote like leave him and him conquer this, where like the whole point is he just has to, like the whole point is the more true to himself that he is, where he's still conquering this thing, where he's getting over the doubt and stuff like that, and it wants nothing to do with him now because he doesn't have any doubt and stuff like that. You could make it about like some shit like that, where it's like, like just getting over this doubt, and then the symbiote doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. He's like, you're too stable or something like that, and he just gets all pissed off and leaves. And like that's how fucking Venom is. Like that's the whole point. You just have him just decide to be all like, like screw you, or something like that, Like that's all you had to do. You could have put it in there, and it's the tidbit where he even gets the black suit and tries to like again he goes through this whole thing where he's emo, but the whole point is he gets over it. The symbiote just says screw you, and doesn't like become this separate, like this thing that he has to battle. Like it's just the whole thing was stupid. Like the emo Peter Parker, that was great. You did that, you nailed that. But the whole point was that like you already got two other bad guys going on in this. All right, you don't need this. You don't. You don't. So, that's why I loved that No Way Home brought it all together and gave it more purpose. Because it did. Brought it together. Now, it ignored thankfully, the Venom thing, but, it didn't ignore the fact that there was basically an unanswered story. They didn't fix this at all. And I loved that the new generation, like the Tom Holland Spider-Man, like he wants to fix stuff. I like that. That's cool. Because it gives each individual Spider-Man like a more of a character toward them, like where Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man is more this way and Tobey's more this way, and like I think that's cool. But the crazy thing is, like, they kept doing it right. Like that was the whole point. They kept topping themselves like this new slew of Marvel movies where they cared about doing it in a way that felt believable to a character versus just a complete fantasy that like you can't even relate. It just doesn't make any sense. Like why would you do that? That's the point. That was what. Thor Ragnarok too. Like that was the whole point. Thor Ragnarok was just so epic. So, and always knew it would be. It was always leading to that. That was always a very pinnacle moment. But, that's the point. You had such a good story there. So, you can really bring all these characters together and stuff like that, and this epic. And then again, like with Endgame, where they just nailed that. Nobody thinks they didn't, like just completely nail that. That was just perfection. It didn't get any better than that. The Infinity War and the Endgame thing, they just. I mean, how do you do that? How do you only the Russos? You know what I mean? Like how? They just brought it all together. Just all these movies and all these characters, and it was just, it was a round of applause moment for sure. And this is just good cinema, man. It's just good storytelling cinema. I've said the same thing about the Matrix trilogy too. I actually really appreciate the Matrix trilogy for what it did, and think that it doesn't get enough credit. I'm interested to see what they do on the next one. I wasn't immediately receptive of this new one. I actually liked all the original ones. I was one that always did. I always did. I never, ever, ever, ever disliked them. From the moment I saw them, I just could not stop watching them. I was like, I need to watch this I need to learn all about it because people are dumb and they're not realizing how good it is, And I wanted to just talk about it and try to get people to like it and, because I loved it. And this new one, I feel like they took an intentional pile of, just took a dump on their own. I don't know. Like I thought, I felt like they were almost making fun of it in some aspects. But then I realized maybe like it's supposed to seem that way. So like I don't know. I have to maybe spend some time with that one. But sort of like I did for the other ones. But it wasn't immediately the same sort of feel as the other ones, where it was like immediately I know how good this is going to be because it's the fucking Matrix, It just didn't feel like that with with this new one. It didn't at all. So it'll just be interesting to see what they do. That's all. And I hope it's not more insults to their own franchise, just in the on the note of we're doing this so that nobody else does. That, like, they said that, they actually had the line in the movie. I wonder about that. Like, if they really actually are trying to tell the fans, look, we don't give a shit. We did this so that somebody else doesn't. It sounded kind of like that to me, and then at the same time, I had to wonder about the direction, not the direction of Neo and Trinity. I actually kind of liked that. And I actually Neil Patrick Harris's character too. But I did not like what they did with the Smith character. No, oh, I'm sorry, not Smith. Smith, no, I actually liked Smith. I'm sorry, I actually liked Smith. Not Smith. The Merovingian. My fault. I did not like what they did with the Merovingian. It seemed weird. And can you approach, can you talk to Hugo Weaving a little bit, please? Can he come back if you do Smith? It's really annoying seeing somebody else in that character. And then you're going to give that character a redemption arc and then not have Hugo Weaving back? Come on, please. God, please. If you're going to do something where you give a character a redemption arc, don't take a character that people love, give them a redemption arc, and then change the fucking actor. For Christ's sake. You made us all love this guy. Phenomenal character. Plays it brilliant. And then you're going to give him a redemption arc and then change the actor? Ah. Can you please give Hugo Weaving a call and give him whatever he deserves to make? Please. Agent Smith was brilliantly played as, in my opinion, Keanu played Neo. You had to have that perfect back and forth. They had to have a chemistry, and they did. Oh, they did. I don't think people appreciate the chemistry of the Smith, Mr. Anderson. I don't think you appreciate what they were able to do with that, and that carried it. And you're going to change the actor that helped to carry it. Fuck. And not only that, you changed the character that helped carry Morpheus, too. Ah! Look. These characters were who they were. You can't change the actor and then expect people not to say something. Expect them to resonate with this. Expect them to take it seriously. And then you, on the same hand, bring back Keanu Reeves, Carrie-Anne Moss, and then you give an explanation that sort of makes sense. Not really. That's what's annoying. I immediately was like, nope, there's an explanation for this, there's an explanation for this, there's an explanation for this, in the original Matrix trilogy. Every time. But this one, just glaring, what the fuck? No. Because the whole point is, if you have a loophole, it starts to make other stuff not make any sense. So, look. You're just changing a bunch of actors. That's all you're doing. There's no reason, rhyme. You just changed a bunch of actors and didn't really have a good reason for it. Period. Period. End of discussion. Sorry. That's how I felt about Resurrections or whatever the fuck it was called. That's why. And again, I feel like I would have, if the original actors were playing it and they portrayed it that way because they understand the characters so well. I feel like I would have gotten it. It would have resonated more. I just, those aren't the actors aren't the characters. They're not. And they can't just start playing these characters as if they've played them the whole time. They can't do it. This is why people do reboots. You know, like, I mean, this was the genius thing behind that Star Trek reboot. That was why everybody saw the genius behind what you can actually do with a reboot. That. I mean, for Christ's sake, Chris Hemsworth was brilliant in the beginning. Brilliant. A lot of people don't remember he was in that. Yeah. And then Chris Pine was brilliant as Kirk. Yeah, you all thought I was confusing Hemsworth with Pine, didn't you? I threw you, didn't I? Yeah, Chris Hemsworth is actually, Pike. Pike? Was that Pike? Who was Kirk's dad? No, not Pike. That wasn't Kirk's dad. I'm sorry. Pike wasn't... No. He just... I'm sorry. He was the original captain of the Enterprise, right? Or no, the second captain. He was the captain for Spock. That's right. He's the first captain for Spock. That was Pike. I'm sorry. My fault. But Chris Hemsworth played Kirk's father. Kirk was born like as the ship was like blowing up and crashing and shit. And his dad went down with the ship and saved him and his mom. That was how they started off the fucking reboot. I was like, okay. James T. Kirk came into this world while his dad sacrificed himself to blow up a ship and get everybody off safe. Yup. Brilliant. Absolutely, I believe that this guy is who he is. Yeah, he came into the world literally on the fucking, exactly the next scene you see, basically. He's running away from them and he jumps out of a car. The whole point is he came into this world exactly the way he spent adventuring in Star Trek, like exactly like that. It was perfect. And then Chris Pine was brilliant. They got Leonard Nimoy to come back and play his reprise his role as Spock for the old Spock. And then obviously Zachary Quinto. Zachary Quinto played a brilliant younger Spock. I loved Simon Pegg though. Simon Pegg was in that too. A lot of people don't give him credit. We had Carl Urban. You guys know I love Carl Urban. He was Bones. He played McCoy. Carl Urban is such a good actor. I feel like people don't realize that's literally Butcher from The Boys. Yeah, like, he's such a good actor. I feel like, it's the same guy that was, like, remember he was in Thor Ragnarok? He was the bald dude. He picked up the guns. He was like, these are my friends, Des and Troy, and together they destroy. That was Carl Urban. Like, he's just such a good actor. He slips into these roles and people don't recognize him, I think. Yeah, he was Dr. McCoy. He literally was Bones in the Star Trek reboot, and he was brilliant. The same dude that plays Butcher on The Boys. Like, he's just that brilliant of an actor. I personally think if there's ever a live-action movie and you're not going to have David Hayter play Snake, if you don't have David Hayter play Snake, I want Carl Urban. The guy sounds so eerily close to Snake even with his accent, like just the way his voice sounds, all he has to do is put like a little bit of an American accent on there, and he could easily do the Snake. I mean, God, the guy would nail it. And he looks the part. He's really tall. He is like real. I don't know how tall he is, but every time I see him standing next to an actor, he's like the tall dude, even next to like tall. Like that guy's big. And the physical part of it's not going to be a problem. Yeah. So like I don't know. I think you would. Even if you did Shadow Moses. Even if you did the Metal Gear Solid story, Shadow Moses. Even if you did that, I think he would fit the role. Because Snake's not supposed to be young. He's not supposed to look like a young guy. He's supposed to have... He's a guy that has experience. He did all that shit. Shadow Moses was way after all this shit. And he's in it. And he's been through the shit. He's supposed to look a little rough around the edges. He's not old, necessarily. He's rough around the edges, though. That's exactly Carl. He fits the... Please do this. And for the love of God, can somebody tell me why nobody has done a live-action Naruto show yet? Why haven't we done this? Can I play Naruto? No, but why haven't we done this? I'm dead serious. Like, One Piece has one, right? And it's pretty good. I've actually heard it's pretty good. I haven't seen it. Yeah, One Piece has its own live action, and you can't give us a Naruto live action? What? Please don't do Naruto, though. Don't do that. Start with Shippuden. That's your live action. That will launch it. If you want to do the prequel show, where you use younger actors and do that later after it's successful, fine. Shippuden was the successful show, though. Don't start with Naruto. Start with Shippuden. Because then you got Jiraiya, you got Kakashi in his prime, you got Itachi, you got Sasuke, you got all these people that you can do. I mean, that was brilliant. Why the hell isn't anybody doing this? Is it because of the copyright? Please do that. I don't care that Naruto's English voice always sounded like a high-pitched... I mean, like it's a woman doing his voice. I don't care. As long as you get the casting right. I'll play Naruto if you want. I'm a martial artist. I don't care. I'll even sound like this if you want me to. I'll try to be all high-pitched. I don't care. No. Get it, like, you can do this. You can get some good actors together and please? Possibly one of the most, if not the most popular anime of all time. I mean, it's tied for One Piece. One Piece is the most popular because of the name. You know that, right? That's branding. And then nobody wants to pick Naruto because it's so household and everybody just knows it. That nobody just, like, you know what I mean? It just seems like the one you would pick. I'm dead serious. Like, it's sort of like the way people don't, you know, like, nobody's allowed to like the main character for some reason. You know what I mean? Why is that? Why is it that, like, people do this? Yet the main character is really popular and everybody in silent will like this. You know, because you do the polls and you take the votes and stuff, and you learn that the main character is the main character for a reason. Everybody likes him, but nobody will ever admit to it consciously. You talk to somebody and their favorite character is always this person or this person. You never ever meet somebody that actually admits their favorite character is the main character. Never. I've never ever, like basically never, ever. And it, like anything. I swear to God. Even Dragon Ball Z, like we all know, you know, like originally we thought it was gonna be a Gohan main character, you know, like that's obviously what we thought, but like, you know, obviously it ended up being more Goku and stuff like that. The whole point is, like, I loved Goku. Like, clearly, that was why I watched the show. He was so funny, and at the same time, like it was just really interesting how they wrote his arc, and that's why I watched it. So therefore, he's my favorite character. It's that simple. And I feel like so many people, like, obviously that's the case, or he wouldn't have stayed the main character. So why are we trying to pretend? And everybody's like, oh, it's Vegeta. Why does everybody do this? Because it's cool? Like, it's just like, oh, you can't pick Goku. You can't be... Because it's cool to pick Vegeta. Or something like that, you know? And I feel like it's the same with Naruto. Like, Naruto's such a likable, funny character. What the hell's wrong with him? And, like, nobody will admit that Naruto is their favorite character. Like, nobody. They're laughing at everything he says. He's so funny. He's clearly the center of all of it. The show's fucking named after him, for Christ's sake. Never mind how many times he actually saved the planet. And then, everybody's like, yeah, like, Kakashi. I like Itachi. Why? Because it's cool? I mean, yeah, Itachi's fucking awesome, but, like... I just feel like it's because it's cool. I'm just saying. This is a thing that people do. Start talking about other shit. Well, anyway, the main thing was to talk about music. There it is. This is the one I told you guys about. Shit. That is crazy. Hold on. I'm sorry. One sec. I may have to go here in a second. But I'm pretty sure the wind was just so strong that the suction actually opened. Because my door was slightly open, and like the door like pushed open. And that's why like you heard me do this. I heard wind. I was like, that is that wind? So I'm gonna get going here in a second, but this is the one I kept talking about. That's I have on DVD. I have it on Blu-ray. I bought it 3 separate times, and I also have it on audio. Is the 3rd time I bought it. It's the Unblackened that I've explained to you. Black Label Society did, where, you know, it's sort of stuff that they did live, where they're all sitting down in chairs and stuff like that, and it's not unplugged, but you know, it's unblackened, so it's not, you know, it's not like supposed to be like really heavy or anything like that, but you know, it's not unplugged. He is using an electric for a good bit of it. I mean, literally starts with an electric. And what's cool in the concert is he uses one of his signatures that he used with Ozzy way back in the day that you haven't seen in forever. In like forever. So, and he starts, it's the one, I actually think it's the one with all the bottle caps on it, right? I think it's that one with the flag and the bottle caps. I think it's that one. He like starts with that one. Oh, and it still sounds great. It still sounds fucking great. Does that. I think he goes from that, Losing Your Mind, into the Blessed Hell Ride with that. And then the 3rd song, Sold My Soul, you can go watch that on YouTube. That's that version of that, Sold My Soul Unblackened. They have that on YouTube. You can watch it. Just type in Black Label Society, Sold My Soul Unblackened, and that's the one off this that I keep talking about. It's brilliant. It's probably the best version of that song that exists. And he does it with the double neck, the 12 string and the 6. And it's just fucking brilliant. So, that's that one. And like I said, the Unblackened has my favorite version of House of Doom on it. I cannot, like, that was so good how that, I loved how that came out. It's on here. They put it on here. Maybe they just put the whole thing on here now. Oh, that was at Club Nokia, huh? Club Nokia, huh? I didn't even know that. If you look up Black Label Society, House of Doom, maybe they put the whole thing on here. Watch it in order if they did. It's so worth it to watch it in order. Look up the track listing and see if you can watch it in order, and just look up the order of the track listing. I would highly recommend watching this. This version of House of Doom, again, is so phenomenal. And again, not unplugged or anything, but how often do you get to hear a live version of that song? And it sounds amazing. Hold on. Just because I want you to... It has a really cool piano part it starts with, too. That was Derek Sherinian that was on that concert. Derek Sherinian did the piano for that whole concert. Chad Zaliga was there the whole time. There you go. There is a link to at least House of Doom. I like that one, and if you want one more where you're not watching in order, you just like picking a song, if there's one song, and then again, Sold My Soul or Rust. That's another really fucking good one off there. Yeah, they put the whole thing on here, basically. Hold on. Hold on. In case you just want to get an idea before you watch it, here. So that was House of Doom, and this is Rust. There you go. So, honestly, it looks like they put the whole thing on here. So what I would do is I would just look up the track listing in order, and I would encourage you to watch it in order. See if you can, if I'm losing your mind first. Somebody should just make a playlist. Yeah, it's on there. It's on there. Same channel. Same channel. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I'm sorry, no, it's not. Oh, no, it's not. That Sold My Soul. My fault. I misread that. It is on here, but I don't think it's supposed to be. Oh, here it is. Somebody else has it. Here. I don't think they're supposed to upload this. I don't think it's supposed to be on here. So maybe I won't share this with you. Because I don't want to give views to something that they shouldn't be putting on here. Hold on, let me look at this channel. Oh, wow. There's a lot of... He uploads a lot of Black Label Society and Zakk Wylde stuff. Alright, well maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. Here's... Since he has so much that he's uploaded, maybe he got permission, like maybe it's okay. So here's Losing Your Mind, like that's the first track. Again, I would highly recommend you find them and watch them in order if you can. But I would recommend you just buy it and get the concert. Yeah, the other one, he has the other one too. This channel has the other one too. So, and then the Blessed Hell Ride. So the Blessed Hell Ride, that's cool that he did it that way, because you have to realize the Blessed Hell Ride was an acoustic song. So he actually did it on electric live there. So that's actually really cool. You know what I mean? And yeah, like I said, he had the flag, you know, the flag guitar with the bottle caps. Love it. But you know, like the point is that'll get you started. But again, I would recommend just trying to find the actual concert to watch and buy the DVD or the Blu-ray. Because like I said, I bought it 3 different times because I was listening to it so much. I decided I needed it on audio so I could, you know, listen to it wherever. This is where House of Doom was on this one. House of Doom was on this one. This is they played some songs off this. I mean, Machine Gun Man's on there too. So like the point is, like, even like some Zach Solo stuff, like obviously Sold My Soul and stuff like that. Like you're like, it's not just like Black Label Society stuff. Like he put some of that stuff on there too, and so that's really cool. Appreciate that for sure. Oh, here, wait. This is the full thing. What the fuck? The full thing's on here. Hold on. I'm sorry. The whole thing is... Somebody uploaded the whole thing. This is the whole thing. Here. This is the entire concert. It's just on here. So, if he's fine with that... and I'm sure he is. It has 325,000 views in 3 months. This is only 3 months old and it has 325,000 views. Again, this is how good this is. That's my point. Like, it's incredible. Like the man just knows how to put on a live show, and one hell of a production value. So here's the whole concert. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize. That last link I just gave you, that's the whole thing. Right on YouTube. You just watch the whole thing. So there you go. Let me just... Yep, that's it. That is... Yep, that's the whole thing. Wow. It's actually on here. In 1080. There you go. The whole thing's on YouTube in 1080. Okay. I mean, if he's fine with it, I'm sure he is. Because, again, they would have seen this by now. It's a lot of views. That's awesome. So there you go, guys. I didn't even realize that. So that's that concert I've been trying to tell you about for a while. I didn't even realize it was on YouTube. This whole time I could have just told you to go watch it there. So my fault. There you go. You want to watch it? There's the full thing. That very last link I sent you has that whole concert start to finish. You don't got to worry about those other ones. And they even had this. They have it. They have the track listings here too. Holy crap! I must be like have a real good ear for music or something. Like the most replayed part is the same most replayed part for me too. I listened to that House of Doom. Like I love that. Yeah, from that previous song before that, to House of Doom, like that is like the number, that was what I listened to, like where he goes, I think it's from Spoke in the Wheel. Yeah, from like basically like the beginning of House of Doom is the most replayed part of this video. And I love that. Because I actually love that little piano thing that he did for the beginning of that, for House of Doom. I love that. It was great. And then I loved how he did it live. Just it just, man, it's such a good song. I just love the music on that one. Anyway, I gotta go, and I'll be honest with you, I gotta check this. That was pretty fucking crazy. So, you know, there it is. There's what he signed without, you know, there, right there. There it is. So, you know, like, the point is, like, the point is, I can't stop listening to him. And it's just as good as it ever was. It's just as good as it ever was. If not better. And that's how I feel about a lot of these bands that have evolved and continued staying relevant. There's a reason for that. You know, I liked Sevendust just put out a new song too. It was really fucking good. Unbreakable. I thought that was it. I didn't want to say it and be wrong because it's new. I didn't want to be wrong. My fault. But yeah, the new Sevendust song is called Unbreakable. It's really awesome too. Like, really good. Like, really good stuff. And yeah, like, the views match it for sure. 11 days and it's already at 500,000. I mean, it's really good. My favorite Sevendust album was Cold Day Memory. Loved Cold Day Memory. That other song, Is This the Real You? The video for that was really cool. They did a video for that and it was really cool. They just kept like, it was like this artwork they were like just constantly like zooming in on. You should check that out. It's really cool. Because they have a new one coming out too. Like they're just like putting out all the music. Oh, and they did that Soundgarden cover The Day I Tried to Live too, and that was really good. That was a really good cover. I liked that. No, Cold Day Memory was my... Face to Face is my favorite song from Sevendust. Face to Face. That's my favorite one. You can't stop fucking with my head. Stop fucking with my Don't tell me now that the smile on your face. Great song. Love that song. Love The End Is Coming. I really liked Blackout the Sun. I really liked Blackout the Sun. Really liked that album. Cause it just like some of the drums and the guitar work, just man, those are some of the coolest. Decay was really good. But like Cold Day Memory, man, like you had Splinter. Splinter was heavy and just kicked off the album, just so badass. But Unraveling was really good too. Karma was good. I mean, just the whole thing was so good. Ride Insane was a good one. But yeah, Cold Day Memory and Blackout the Sun were probably just tippy top for me. But yeah, Face to Face is probably my favorite song. Just like for Black Label Society, I actually like Order the Black and Catacombs of Black Vatican. My favorite song is Suffering Overdue from Blessed Outride. Because that was such a good song, but that was originally my favorite album. But I mean, you got to adjust. I mean, other albums come out that you like, you listen to more. I mean, you got to be honest about that with yourself. That's how I feel. I feel like I should be honest about that with myself. So that's definitely what it was for me with Sevendust and Disturbed too. Disturbed was another band too where like the album just kept coming out and I was like, I like this one now, I like this one now, I like this one now. Like it just kept getting really good. The Indestructible was my favorite when that first came out. And then just like I liked that one for a while actually, but like again that just it doesn't really get much better than that with Disturbed, and then they just blew me away with Immortalized. Immortalized just I couldn't believe it. It was so amazing. And the whole point was that it was Disturbed evolving their sound and the stuff I wanted to hear versus just everything sounds like a formatted Disturbed song versus them branching out and showing us what they can do. That's what I wanted. Because they can still sound like Disturbed and do that. And they did it. The light was phenomenal. The light was phenomenal. That was a good fucking song. So, anyway, I better get going. But I just wanted to throw that out there that since I didn't mention too much Sevendust, I fucking love Sevendust. So I wanted to throw that out there that Cold Day Memory. You want just a good album to listen to, Cold Day Memory, start to finish. So good. So good. I could recommend that anybody. You don't even need to like metal. Cold Day Memory. I don't like it, just it's so damn good. But they had a lot of good songs over the years. Enemy was good too. That was way back, but Enemy was good. And plenty of stuff. Plenty of stuff. plenty of stuff. Like I said, Face to Face was my favorite one. Yeah, just a really good band. I mean, they're artists, you know? They're phenomenal. And you guys know Morgan Rose, the drummer. I always put him up there. When I list drummers, he's up there. There's no question. I'd love to see anybody try to maintain what he can do the way he could. Nobody, like, you just... That guy, there's just... Man, there's something... I just don't know how he can do what he can do. The way he does it, I just... Let's put it this way. You know that channel that's on YouTube that's sitting there like getting Chad Smith and all these drummers to play along the songs that they've never heard? You know that? Can you get one of those guys to play a Sevendust song? Please? Pick a Sevendust song, please? Oh, pretty please. Oh, pretty please. Because that is some pretty technical... very strange rhythms, and I would love to hear another drummer try to do that and come up with something for that. Can you do that? It'd be fun to hear somebody else come up with something for it and see what they come up with and try to. That'd be great. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I just wanted to talk about music, and, you know, obviously, I love Black Label Society and Zach and Ozzy. Always have. And, plenty of others, too. I know I didn't mention Rob Zombie a lot, but I really do like him, too. A lot of his music, I do. Korn. A lot of these guys, like, I don't need to mention their songs. You guys already know. I don't need to sit here and talk about Dragula, Dragula, or you know, like, again, I already mentioned Feel So Numb, and, you know, like, just these iconic Rob Zombie songs that, you know, we heard on the radio and stuff like that. And Korn, you know, I mean, like, how many songs? Freak on a Leash, you know. You guys, I already mentioned some earlier too. But I mean, Freak on a Leash is awesome too. It is. Something takes a part of me. I mean, it's iconic. It is. There's no replacement for it. There's no... If they didn't do it, nobody else would have. You wouldn't have had this whole generation, you know? Like, it's just... You know, like, it's just like anybody else that sat there, and like Ozzy, you know, like, it just, you know, like some of these artists are just incredibly inspirational and just amazing talent. Just the first of this or that, you know. Korn has a lot of that under them for sure. They bridge the gap for a lot of that stuff. So, just throwing that out there. A lot of you guys... Yeah, you want to know kind of how the new metal scene and stuff got started. Look, I already told you that Zakk Wylde was the one doing the really chunky, distorted guitar on Osmosis, and that was sort of mid to late 90s where he actually did that. It was extremely influential on people. And arguably around that time was arguably when these bands were coming out, and everybody was sort of kind of doing that. Okay? So, you can credit whoever you want. I'm going to go ahead and give the guy the credit that I think does deserve it, and I'll just keep giving it to him. And he can keep rejecting it all he wants. He's going to reject it all day long because that's how humble he is. He would rather me give it to somebody else. I swear to God. But I don't give a shit because it was him. And trust me, I hung around with real guitarists, people that talked about this stuff. And they always talked about the guitar work on Osmosis and stuff like that. And that's the point. Like, I just think a lot of people didn't know it was Zach because he didn't tour. You know, they went and saw Ozzy and they just saw this random, they didn't see Zach. So, I gotta get going. So I appreciate everybody watching and everything like that. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And obviously the point is go listen to some good music. Hopefully you're gonna go watch that Black Label concert or something like that. It's really good. Chad Zaliga is a really good drummer. He's really, really freaking good too. So, thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate it. My favorite drummer. Let me before I go. My favorite drummer, Randy Castillo. I know I've said that before, but I don't say it enough. Favorite drummer ever was Randy Castillo. So I need to say that more. This is Randy Castillo, the guy that was with Ozzy on like No More Tears and that and for the tour and whatnot. That Randy Castillo, the one and only. There was only one. It was one of a kind. Truthfully, one of a kind. So. Him. And obviously Zach, favorite guitarist. Yeah. Favorite singer ever, Ozzy. I don't need to say anything else. Ozzy. You guys know that. So. Arguably I would put some people up there really close, but it's Ozzy. So, this is what you got to realize is while I put him up there too as the main act, that's kind of why I say Black Label Society too. It's like, well, Zach's my favorite guitarist. Like, people don't credit him enough with his vocals as they should. He is a phenomenal vocalist, but he's obviously my favorite guitarist. And Ozzy would be obviously my favorite, vocals and whatnot, singer. So, anyway, I just figured I would state that favorite drummer, Randy Castillo. Another guitarist I like though too is Steve Vai. I really like him too. So, and he's an active. Go watch Teeth of the Hydra. It's a recent song he put out. He's like a solo. He just does like solo and stuff like that. Well, he's actually been in bands before, but it's been a long time. And he has his own thing. He has the Steve Vai. He has his own thing. So like he does perform, but it's his own stuff. I'm just as far as like being in like a singing band and stuff like that. Like the traditional sense. That was way back, but trust me, he did that too, and he's really, really, really freaking good. Go look him up. I bet you'd be surprised the bands he was in, and the work that he did with certain people. He worked with Ozzy too. So briefly, but I think he, you know, again, he worked with Ozzy, so and Zach Wilde and him and a bunch of other guitarists got together and did that Experience concert, right? I forget what it's called, but I know they played Frankenstein and it was amazing. I was like, yes, this is awesome. They brought to life the Frankenstein song on guitar, and it was cool. I love that they did that. It was so cool. You know, the dun 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 dun. Yeah, I think it's on YouTube. You can probably go look it up. Anyway, figured I'd just throw those things in, you know, for fun at the end. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. See ya. See you later.